And good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are in the world. I am your host, Swishbone, for the remainder of the evening, live and exclusive here to YouTube. And we are here to go driving on a classic game from PlayStation 2 era. This is Gran Turismo 4, winding the clock all the way back to the early 2000s when I played this in my college dorms. For those of you who have been here before for the other streams where you've watched me getting curb stunts on Shin Megami Tensei 4, whether you watched me rage at EA thanks to the crash when we played Alice Madness Returns, maybe you've been here for some of the older streams like the Persona and Danganronpa series, some of the weird, obtuse series like Doki Doki Literature Club and Song of Memories, or even the really old school streams like Final Fantasy 7 and Forza 4, and that includes you, Queen3210, welcome to you, good evening to you in the chat box there. And well, we're trying to do some mop-up on the European and Japanese races that I previously missed out on. Now, we're going to start with a bit of a doozy. We're going into the European events, as there's a British series, the Lightweight Car Series. And I've found that basically the cars have to weigh less than 1,000 kilos, and that's not easy, especially if you limit it to one UK brand. But luckily, one of my cars qualifies. It is none other than the Ginetta G4. Check out that beauty of a car. It's an old 1960s kind of semi-GT hot rod kind of car. Now, this car has a measly 234 horsepower. Relatively low. Except this car weighs just 413 kilos, which means it's got power to weight ratio probably as good as some of the high-end Le Mans cars. So I'm going to up the gear ratios a bit in this. I think I'm going to need a bit more gear ratios, and we should hopefully be able to put the stomp on the British Lightweight Championship, and then we've got a few more European ones to deal with. Joe jumping in the chat meanwhile saying, was there? Yeah, the old was there. No, I think that's how it was, wasn't it? Was there. For those of you around in the early 2000s for the Dudley Boys and the WWE and those beer commercials. Yeah, we have just 1 point of A-Spec here as we are driving up against... There's a lot of release, to be fair, in this car, in this championship. I expect that to be quite a challenge. As we're here at Autumn Ring, and we're doing it in reverse. Is that a Triumph? Oh dear. No, the Triumph's not going to hope. The Triumph ain't going to triumph, I can assure you of that. We've got a Mini Marcos, and my brother and the other Ginetta's gone off at the first corner. That's a great start for me. Oh god, this car. It is an handful, as it was described. It's like it doesn't want to go in a straight line. It's got that much power. And because I'm on sports tyres, can I get that power down? Nope. No, I can't. Sorry, Mr. TR7, get out of the way. Later. At least I think that's a TR7, I'm not sure. But yeah, so as you say, Joe, hopefully everyone's doing great. All doing fine here thus far. I've been up very, very long today because I was up for the F1 this morning in Japan, where it was very much a case of regular service resumed, wasn't it, really? It was a decent race, but nothing compared to the Singapore brilliance that we had last week. If you told me 5 years ago to be saying that Singapore had one of the best races of the season, they'd think you were absolutely crazy. But this year has delivered. I'm going to be careful on the little bumps there because this car's so light I will take off. So I spent yesterday at Arcade Club as well with my friend Nerdy Hound. Shout out to him. It was his birthday this week, so we decided to celebrate doing some classic arcade gaming. And I blew one of our mutual friends away when I was playing at Outrun 2SP. There, please turn, please let me go around the corner. And then I get on the cab, and it's like four-wheel drifting with absolute precision and surgical control, manual stick shifting and everything. Before I was some kind of driving god. Newsflash, I am not. Yep, sure thing, Queen. I'll do that next time I speak to him. I'll happily mention that. And that was a good day. All day in an arcade. There's worse ways to spend your day than that. But yeah, this car is surprisingly okay now. The tyres are coming a bit better. But as you can see, I'm still getting a bit of the old drift action there. A Ginetta G4 with 230 odd horsepower is not the easiest to control. Especially on sports medium tyres. Check out the drifting there, people. Was it fast? No. Did it feel good? Oh yeah. So here we go. We're going to complete this race with relative ease. Yeah, now that's some proper drifting to celebrate. Ah, it was the Lotus Alarm, not the TR7. What, Joe? It's a very good question, that, isn't it, about Checo? Because for those of you who don't know who Joe means by that, Checo is the nickname for Sergio Perez, Formula 1 driver, currently the number 2 driver at Red Bull, alongside Max Verstappen. Max Verstappen has been dominating everything, and the last few races have not been brilliant from Sergio, but today he certainly earned the title reject of the race, it must be said, for that not the grass qualifying, that first lap collision, that horrendous hairpin corner lunge, and then of course the rejectfulness of basically coming out of the pits purely to serve a penalty and then retire. Now, AlphaTauri, who are going to be known by a different name next season, something to do with Hugo Boss apparently, but I don't know if that's true, have already confirmed their drivers Yuki Tsunoda and Daniel Ricciardo for next season. Well, and everyone has been kicking off that Liam Lawson wasn't put in there because he's drove the absolute wheels off that car, substituting for Ricciardo. He's done an amazing job. Well, I've had a little bit of a conspiracy theory. I can't see it happening, but are Red Bull prepared to do what McLaren did with Oscar Piastri and essentially take a relative unknown from the lower formulae and bin off a seasoned driver in their stead? Red Bull have been pretty ruthless with their driver selection in the past, so don't rule that out. I'm not saying it's going to happen. Apparently he's got a contract until the end of 2024, but this is Red Bull we're talking about, and they've been the kings of monumental surprises. You may see him encouraged to retire, shall we say. And some of it was bad luck, Queen, but a lot of it was very bad driving as well. There was definitely some bad luck of his own engineering, it must be said. So it's a shame, because I really like Checo. He's a good guy, he's very funny, he's put some great drives in, won some terrific races, got some amazing podiums. Great representation for the South American continent as well, because they've not got much representation of the sport. So it's awesome from that perspective. Well, technically he's not really South American. Mexico's that kind of weird anomaly. It's neither fish nor fowl. But it's like the more the southern side of the continent, and it would definitely be good on that perspective. But yeah, I get the feeling that he's probably going to just about hang on, but I think he's going to need to do something special at either Qatar or the circuit in the Americas when the race goes back to America. I think he'll need to do something big there to show that he's still got it. That's where he could be very close to Last Chance Saloon. Well, Joe, I mean, it's interesting you say that he's no longer got confidence in himself. I think part of the problem there is that Red Bull have been notorious in the past for building the cars around one driver. When Sebastian Vettel was there, Mark Webber was very often given the shaft in order to perform. And even though he got some wins and got some podiums, he never really got the support Vettel did. When Ricciardo started to outstage Vettel, the team went around Ricciardo, so Vettel pissed off to Ferrari. Then when Max Verstappen was promoted because of what happened to Daniel Fiat, all of a sudden, and he was impressing, no disrespect to Verstappen, he did exactly what he should do, came in, drove fast, went get behind me, that's fine. But the team started to gravitate towards him, so Ricciardo left to go to Renault. I don't think they've been able to build a car around both drivers. If you look at McLaren this season, both Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri, slightly different driving styles, but the car has been developed over the season to work for them both. And what was the result today? Lando Norris second, Oscar Piastri third. And you only have to look at some of the other teams. Look at Carlos Sainz and Charles Leclerc at Ferrari. So I think that's Red Bull's big Achilles heel. They don't seem to have the mantra of focusing on two drivers. They put everything in one basket, which is great if you've got a car that's dominant like this season. But if your car's not dominant, you can come a cropper. Yeah, Queen. Well, Queen, you raise a good point there, saying that contracts mean nothing if a company wants to get rid of you. We only have to wind the clock back to last season. Daniel Ricciardo, driving his second season for McLaren, having got them their first win in 10 years in 2021, was essentially asked to let them buy out his contract so they could bring in Oscar Piastri. As much as I like McLaren, I always felt that was really unfair, but to be fair to Piastri, he's done a brilliant job. But there's a precedent already. If you wind the clock really far back, Jenson Button, when he signed for Williams in 2005, was meant to go to Williams 2006. Contract Recognition Board got involved, and he was forced to stay with BAR Honda. And then he bizarrely didn't like the look of the way Williams was going, so then bought out the contract at Williams so he could stay at BAR. So it's happened before in the sport, and I won't be surprised if it happens again. For those of you wondering why I'm not an analyst on an F1 channel, it's very simple. I've not got a journalism degree and I've not done official broadcasting on television. That's the only reason I'm not a pundit. Meanwhile, Ginetta G4 go burr, it would seem, in this car. This car's really insane to drive, but I'm actually finding it really good fun. There's a lot of lift off and power on oversteer, so you're constantly having to correct and focus your line. But for a car from the 1960s with this much horsepower, I'm actually surprised. It could have been a good car to do the 1,000 miles in. Although I am concerned about the amount of wheel spin. It might damage the tyres, which is a problem that the Jag did not have. That was something we didn't have to deal with in the Jag. That's true, actually. Yeah, they probably would censor my commentary, Queen. There was a driver in the British Touring Car Championship years ago called John Cleland. Absolute legend. And he was known for swearing all the time in the car. So they'd be like, right, well, there's been a great movement at the back of the pattern there by John Cleland. Let's go to the car and see how he's getting on. Oh, you fucking bastard. Get the fuck out of him. Okay, let's get back to the rest of the action then. Yes, let's stop the future spoiler Swish. You're not allowed to do that. I'll have to get on the brakes. There's absolutely no way I can take that corner at 150 in this car. I was jumping on your comment, Queen. You mentioned about not censoring the spoilers. I did the swearing first with John Cleland. Actually, I remember one of my mates a while ago went to I think it was a track at Alton Park here in the UK, and they had John Cleland as the medical car driver, and they're like, "Oh well, that's it. We've lost our doctor. Then we're not getting the doctor back." He's like, "Look, we've lost our doctor now. The Cleland's in charge of the car." Ah, Bernd Schneider, yeah, he was a great driver. Bernd Schneider, he was awesome. I think he guest drove for Volvo in the BTCC at one point. Bernd Schneider, alongside Rickard Rydell, I think. I might be wrong though. Don't quote me on that. Yeah, I'm aging myself now with these names: John Cleland, Will Hoy, Rickard Rydell, Alan Manu, Steve Soper. How many other legends can I name? That was me showboating. Yeah, I know. I didn't have that big of a lead, Queen. It wasn't that big. It wasn't that big a lead. I had to protect it at all costs, no matter what. So, I think that's the third race, and if so, that means we're going to get ourselves a new prize car. So, lightweight British car. I wonder what we could get for this one, then, out of curiosity. We have won. Oh, very nice. The Lotus Europa Special from 1971. Which is, oddly enough, it might look like it, but it's actually not a pickup truck. It's an attempt at an early mid-engined car. That's what that is. Very angular, very space age, and very, very pretty. And also very, very useful because I have not done the classic Lotus one. Yeah, Lotus are a British car company, Queen. Well, they were bought by the Malaysians in 96 and then went bust in about 2018, I think? Might be wrong on that, I'm not entirely sure. Yep, so I definitely needed that for the one makes, but we're not doing the one make straight away. No. I'm getting back in the Opel Speedster Turbo. There's two reasons for this. There's a tournament that I need to take on in this car, but I also need, firstly, a shot at redemption. I am not having a last place on my record. We're going back to the Nordschleife, and I am retaking my glory. And we're doing it in the Opel Speedster. I came into this and I saw the number 6 and I twitched. I was like, that will not stand. So I am coming back for redemption. So check out the cars I'm going up against. The Aston Martin Vanquish, the Mercedes SL, the Audi RS, an Aston Martin DB9 and a TVR Griffith. I'm in an Opel Speedster Turbo. I have turned up to a Formula 1 racer in a British touring car. I'm trying to win it the hard way. No, it's not the one that I'll let the other car drive. No, this is the one where I was driving the Lotus Esprit, and basically on the second lap, my tyres died, and I was finding it impossible to keep in a straight line. I went from a win. I went from being in the lead to losing by 2 minutes. That's how much time I lost. I'm here for redemption. I'm taking another very lightweight car, which is totally out of its class, up against some truly great machines. This is going to be tough. It was funny at the time, Queen, but I need to get my win back. So here we go. That TVR could barely keep itself on the course then. I don't care if you're in a 150,000 Aston Martin, get out of my way. James Bland, get back in your loser lane where you belong. Meanwhile, good evening, Exetel. Just seen you jump in there. I'll read your comment when I'm on a straightaway, and I've got more time to read it. Typical Audi driver trying to take all the road. Get out of my way. Get back in the fast lane of the motorway where you belong, you knob. Come on, Alan Sugar and your Mercedes. Get out of my way. And I've got another Flash Burke in an Aston Martin. Opel Speedster go burr. More like Opel Speedster go burn out, because I'm going to spin here, but I've caught it. That could have been far worse than it was. I'll take that. I did well to catch that. Right, Mr. Aston Martin driver. Take two. Yep, they can't get past me. I wouldn't advocate stealing my dad's car. I think the last time my dad had a car, it was something rubbish like a Vauxhall Astra. Don't get me wrong, winning a race in a Vauxhall Astra gets some serious street cred, to be honest. So, well, the kids, don't joyride in your parents' cars. I don't advocate that. Honest. Although, to be fair, my uncle once ended up on one of those police shows, you know, where they talk about dangerous driving. And normally, it was like one of those shows that was about high speed. And the announcer's like, on this programme, we normally show you the dangers of excessive speed, with drivers who fail to adhere to the top of the speed limits on the motorway. But there are times where going excessively slowly can be equally as dangerous. Take the driver of this car. Unbelievably, that's the fast lane of a motorway, and they're going at 27 miles an hour. And whose uncle's car was it that was on the television at the time? That's right. This guy's. ...2018 BMW. Yeah, you definitely don't want me getting behind the wheel of a 2018 BMW. I am worse than Haru when it comes to driving. Anyone who saw that in Persona 5 Strikers will know that that's a terrifying thought. You don't want me behind the wheel, trust me. The one time I've actually driven a car was in Thailand. Using some kind of off-road buggy. I had no idea how the transmission worked. I literally had the heaviest right foot in the world, and I think 3 times I nearly hit a tree. Did I get out of the gas? No. Did I brake? Not very much. Did I park the car properly? Did I bollocks? Did the attendant allow me to have another go? Not a chance. I was told to get out. Yes, no, that's the thing. We found out afterwards that they did indeed get a ticket. They did get points on the licence for it. We actually found that out afterwards. They thought they'd get away with it, and they got rumbled by appearing on TV. But it actually flown below the radar. They thought they'd got away with it. Yes, I keep my driving virtual for a reason. I have no sense of self-preservation or the preservation of other lives. People are like, you're allowed to drive a car, but there must be a million spotlights and sirens warning everyone you're in the vicinity. Sounds like a perfectly reasonable approach, that, for Exetel. If you've got form of hitting something in a car, you're not touching the beamer. It's like, get your hands off. Leave the beamer alone. I'll offer you the mini metro instead. Queen, I've had those kind of comments from my parents in the past. You know, you mentioned that your mom was like, I'm never getting in a car with you, seeing you playing a racing game. I was once in an arcade years ago, dual wielding on House of the Dead, and my mum saw me, and she thought I was some kind of like criminal sociopath because I was literally blowing away zombies with 2 guns at once, and about 18 kids watching me do it. It's a game, mother. I've never fired a real gun, and I get the feeling if I tried I'd blow my own hand off. Well, thank you for the concern all the same. You're awesome. I'm surprised at how much pace I'm getting out of this Opel Speedster, though. It's got nowhere near the horsepower of the cars it's up against, but what it has is low weight, beautiful centre of gravity, balance, poise and control. For a little Opel, it's punching way above its weight. Sabine would be proud. Taking a leaf out of Juha Kankanen's book there. Consuming something while going on a straightaway. Yes, Exitail. Just because it's self-defense doesn't mean you have the right to kill your opponents. I've had that argument before. When I did Shirinjikan Jiu-Jitsu, we learned some very dangerous moves, and we've been told if you ever use these in a fight, by the way, you're likely to get done for premeditated murder, so don't do it. Joe, if you're in that level of driving skill, keep it to the private land areas, like someone's field, where if you are going to hit something, it'll only be your car. I remember years ago, actually, a young kid saved his dad's life because his dad had taken him to like a farm where a guy had an ancient Vauxhall Nova or something. It was an absolute shed, and he let people drive it unlicensed on his land because it's private land. So he just allow people just to get the basics. Anyway, this kid is travelling in his car with his dad one day, and his dad has a major medical incident and starts losing control. Kid was able to steer the car after his dad had taken his foot off the gas to the hard shoulder and pull it up. So maybe it's worth showing your little ones how to take emergency control of a vehicle. I say maybe because I know what kids are like. Once you got them loose on the wheel, anything can happen. Oh, that's awesome, Queen. I say the racing games and the styles very relaxing, I find. Something about getting into the rhythm when you're on a track and you're aiming for your apexes, or in my case, aiming for the gravel trap. That's not a way to go fast, people. Getting beached in gravel is not a good look. Once this correction has been taken, I'm going to go into another tournament in this car. There's another tournament I can use it for. And the fact that I've won this one, screw it, I'm going my own way. We're going over the grass. I'm that far in front, it doesn't matter. I'm taking my own, so I'm making my own track up. Yes, Snow, where the gas pedal gets stuck and won't come up. There was I remember seeing a clip of it years ago on Top Gear. I don't know if it's the same car company, but Suzuki, back in about 2012, I think it was. They had a car at the time, it was either the Alto or the Ignis, and they put a new safety feature into the car that basically, if you were travelling at speed and there was enough force applied to the front, it would pull the brake pedal away from you. The idea being that it wouldn't break your foot because it would come back and shatter your shins. But there was one rather big flaw with it. It was meant to happen when you'd had a crash, but it was happening in the event of heavy braking. So you're there going along, and all of a sudden ahead of you a lorry spills its load, and you have to slam on the brakes to avoid hitting it, and the car decides, nah, you don't need brakes anymore. It was a bit of a PR disaster, that, to say the least, for Suzuki. They released a statement saying something like, Our consumers are wise and will see through the headlines. Translation: all our customers are old, thick and stupid, and before they notice it will fix their cars. That was what they hoped. It didn't work. But regarding the accelerator one, that happened when, I think it was when Fifth Gear were testing the Caparo T1 back in 2007. The same thing happened. The same test where Jason Plato, another touring car legend, sadly got badly burned when the car caught fire. Burned his hands, neck and face really quite badly. So when Top Gear did their test afterwards, they were made to wear full racing driver overalls and helmets, and they took the mick by making this montage of what kind of medical procedures they had in place for it. And they had basically enough to deal with a plane crash rather than a car crash. Look, better to be overcautious than not cautious at all, though. Because literally, if the pedal gets stuck away from you, the only thing you can do is come down the gears and hope you can do enough to stop using the handbrake. And you need a lot of straightway to do that on a freeway or a motorway. Only real way you could do it. Now I've lost grip. I've got understeered outside the carousel, not the optimum line. But it doesn't matter because I'm relatively far ahead. I'm a good 8 seconds clear, I think. You might have noticed, yeah, you can just see the tyre markings on my car. They're in the yellow rather than the red. So barring some absolutely abhorrent driving from me, in the second half of this race, we are going to win. Yeah, you could put it in neutral, definitely snow. If your car's got that function. Modern cars, a lot of them don't have that situation though, do they? They have like drive, park and reverse, so I don't know if that would have the same function. Well, electric cars and that, for example, I don't think they've got a neutral gear. So that's something that's a potential modern safety barrier rather than a safety feature. Yeah, Eric Comas. I know exactly the one you're on about there, Joe. That was a terrifying incident. Turbo's kicking up is good. It's going really well. On the brakes. Yep, good. Excellent. Managed to find grip there. Oh, bit of a brown streak in my racing overalls there with that one. I thought I was about to drift into a spin, but I managed to catch it. So that's one thing I do like about this game that they've done over quite a lot of the other racing games, is how well they simulate the bumps and the different lines of the Nordschleife. They really went to great lengths to actually make it feel quite realistic. Apparently, they had a test driver for Nissan taking the 370Z around this track, and the difference in lap time was only 5 seconds. That's pretty impressive for a racing game in PlayStation 2 era. That's amazing. Yeah, see, no, that's my point. Yeah, you say you're not sure if you can use it while you're going at speed. Again, it's like, I'm not entirely sure how you deal with that situation in a modern car now, because in classic cars you can literally just drop it into neutral and coast. So, if you've got an automatic or an electric car, I don't know if they've got that function. Little dot on the horizon is my second place rival. Absolutely nowhere near me. Ah, it's the TVR. Oh, not bad. We've done it. "15-minute race, that was amazing." Okay, I was further ahead than I thought. I didn't even come up with a valid time at the end. Well, my redemption is complete. The 6th place finish has been removed. That won't win me a prize car because I've not done the whole tournament. At least it shouldn't have won me a prize car. Yeah, I don't think it would. That's fine. No. I don't want to do the championship. Just going to back out for a second to get a quick save. And what we're going to do is we're actually going to do the Schwarzwald Liga A. Is that how you pronounce that? Schwarzwald? The German cars only. We're going up against the likes of the Mercedes SLK and the Audi A3. I don't think this is a championship race. I think it's just single races. Yep, it's single races. Yeah, the Schwarzwalder Liga A. Again, I don't speak German, Deutsch, whatever, how you want to pronounce it. The only time I've ever spoke German successfully is when I went into a bar in Munich and went, "Zwei Grossbier bitte." This was many years ago, because obviously I don't drink anymore. Oh, no, get your Audi TT out of my way. Take your hairdresser's car and bugger off. the Black Forest League. That's actually a really rather cool name. That's pretty awesome. I like that, Joe. Thanks for that. Thanks for confirming. And driving in circles in a field until you run out of fuel. I mean, it could be fun. Could be what we call grass track racing here in the UK. A lot of fun. I do find it annoying in the most recent Gran Turismo, this circuit has been moved to America. It's now apparently in Oregon, when it clearly is meant to be like Germany/Scotland in its design. It's really irritating. All the history of the series has been wiped out in a stroke. So sad. Cold medium tyres do not give much grip. Yeah, it's really nice actually, it's been in practically every Gran Turismo, this circuit. All the way back in the original game, Gran Turismo 1. It's one of the few old school tracks that's remained. The new version's not as good though, they've totally messed up the final sector. And they made the tunnel section really, really boring. It goes on for far too long. Though I would love to take an F1 car around here, that could be amusing. Nice. Very smooth. Yeah, so for those of you who've been paying attention to the stream schedule, by the way, you might notice that I put another attempt at Alice Madness Returns in for next week on Thursday. Well, this week, realistically, Sunday's first day of the week, isn't it? The reason for it is I've done an offline test at the point where the game crashed, and it didn't crash this time. So we may be playing Roll the Dice as to whether we can get any further in the game. I was really enjoying playing that, and I'd like to keep trying. So we're going to be going back down the rabbit hole again on Thursday evening. Fingers crossed we won't get spat out by the meat grinder that is the EA system crashes. Really annoying that happened because it was such a good laugh. We're having a lot of fun. And I want to carry on having fun with that game. And then of course on Tuesday we've got Shin Megami Tensei 4 as well. Watch me get curb stomped by many more bosses. Because I'm finding that game a real challenge, but it's a lot of fun to play. Boom. Race 1 over. I wonder what car we'll get for this then. Probably some kind of like... I'm guessing some kind of mid-range Audi. Or maybe a classic VW or something like that. because it's the A license version. I'm not expecting a really high level one. But then again, I've been surprised by that in the past. Speaking of this game and rewards, I'm hoping at some point to get a new memory card set up on the emulator I'm using. There's a mod doing the rounds where the prize cars are randomised, and I'm really tempted to do it. Snowbeaver, I actually have Sea of Stars on PS5. I put it in the poll, but it didn't win. But it looks pretty cool from what I've seen of it. I've got a copy of it already downloaded. Now, I've got to be careful in how long it's going to remain on the PS Plus, because I got it for nothing, courtesy of PS Plus. It is a game I do want to play, so it might well get added to the rotation, depending on, well, just how much time we have. Because it does look really, really good from what I've heard about it. BMW driver, sorry to say, I don't discriminate, apart from the fact that you're a BMW driver, so get out of my way. I do actually have a copy of it downloaded, Snow, so that might be a game I play very soon. Yeah, look at you in the back of your Beamer. Get out of my sight. Oh, I got very, very, very optimistic on the brakes then. I braked way too late. Now we've got 4 laps of this circuit. A circuit I love so much, don't I, people? I adore this circuit. Oh yeah. This is one of my favourites. If anyone's done the S license to gold or the international A license guided run on this circuit, you'll know just how horrible it is. It will give you horrendous, nightmarish flashbacks for anyone who's done it. Curious, a car that's mid-engine rear-wheel drive getting that much understeer. Very unusual. Not unheard of, just unusual. The Clio V6, yes, exactly. I still don't understand why, in the late 1990s, games developers had that as their cover car. It was like it was the best car you could get, and it was always useless. In Gran Turismo 2, it was a hog. It just appeared in almost every race you could race it in. Like if it was a French race, Renault Clio V6. A hot hatch race, Renault Clio V6. Stock car driving, Renault Clio V6. And you annihilated it every single time, unless you were doing the single make V6 trophy, when it was actually quite challenging. Every other time it was just a waste of space. I remember on Metropolis Street Racer, on the Sega Dreamcast, there was 24 chapters to that game, and each chapter had 10 races. And essentially, if you completed a chapter, you'd unlock a new car. So you'd start with something quite basic, like an MGF or a Peugeot 407. And eventually you'd be unlocking Toyota Supras, you'd be unlocking Mazda RX-7s, TVR Chimeras. Chapter 19, right near the end of the game, what did you unlock? The Renault Clio V6. It's like, no, I won't take the Toyota Supra or the Ford Mustang or the Toyota Celica or the TVR Chimera out for a race. No, I'll jump in the Renault Clio V6. I'm going to dominate everything now. They don't stand a chance. Never understood it. Never ever understood it. Oh wow, I didn't know that, Joe. The first half of them, a lot of them caught fire early on as well. So it was horrendously slow and a fire hazard. I mean, why wouldn't you want to own that, people? After all, you could say it's a hot hatch. And I apologise for nothing. I'm proud of that one. I apologise for nothing. Final lap. Let's get this race put to bloody bed. Getting tunnel vision driving at the moment. And not in a good way. Yeah, it's a good point, that, Snow. I mean, I got PS Plus Premium until the end of November next year, because I saw it on offer as well, because the price increases of PS Plus are ridiculous. Anywhere between 20% and 40% depending on your region in the world. And so far, has there been any uptick in quality? Not at all. The latest PS Plus Essentials games get confirmed later this week. I think it's on Tuesday or Wednesday. Not been any rumours of leaks, but they need to massively step up their game as to what you get included with the service, because to jack the prices that much without any uptick in quality is just going to lead to mass cancellations. I've already cancelled mine, and I'm not planning to renew it unless something drastic changes. Because I mean, some people argue that by buying it at the lower rate now and bulk buying it, you're inflating their coffers and justifying them. But at the same time, you took advantage of a good deal when it was available to you, just like I did. And I think, if they've got that many, like, what I call legacy customers who have been grandfathered in on those deals, and they're not making any new sales, they're going to realise just how much it's hurt their business. I can't see this working out for Sony in the long run. I wouldn't disagree with you in many ways, Snowbeaver, about downgrading the service. I mean, I remember when they pitched that the Ubisoft Plus and Yakuza franchises, like their big ticket ones, lots of content forever. Practically all the Ubisoft Plus games are leaving, and they are going to be taking away all the Yakuza games pretty much next month, apart from, I think it's like, I think 6 might be remaining on there, Like a Dragon might be remaining on there. Don't get me wrong, I've only played 0 and I played part of it, but I didn't get hooked to play the entire series like some people would. And I've always been against bulk franchise drops for that reason, because if you're not a fan of a franchise, like you don't play first-person shooters, you don't play JRPGs, you don't play action games, whatever, you're losing choice for that month. And I've always advocated against bulk drops for that reason, because it limits choice of players. Great if you're a fan of the series, but if you're not a fan, then you massively lose out. And a lot of people say that's just the nature of the game. But as far as I'm concerned, it shouldn't be the nature of the game. It should be choice for everybody. If you're paying a premium price, you expect premium content. I mean, when was the last decent premium game that was included? I'd argue Wild Arms 2 and Legend of the Dragoon was the last month where we got some truly rare classics. And I'm not expecting that to change anytime soon. Watch them now drop both Wild Arms 4, Wild Arms 5, Breath of Fire 3, Vandal Hearts and all my classics in the PS1 era now, just to shut me up. And it will work for 6 weeks. That specific length of time, Sony, you have been warned. So I'm lucky in a way because I bought my gaming desktop, so I'm able to game on PC. Not everyone can afford to get a PC that's got enough specs to run the games. I mean, the advantage of gaming on PC, mods, free online play, games are usually cheaper as well. Resident Evil 4 Remake was £15 cheaper on PC than PS5. Higher frame rates as well, custom settings, mouse and keyboard. The downside of PC gaming, the cost of the PC itself. That's the big problem. Getting back to this circuit, though, this car's not liking these hairpin turns. I think it prefers medium to high-speed sweepers and chicanes rather than tight technical sections. It's a car that's designed to hold grip through a corner rather than manually apply grip on the way out. So it's not the best car for this series of tracks, but in terms of performance against the other cars, it's not really that big of a problem. No, I don't have Game Pass, but I understand that you can get Game Pass on PC. The only problem with Game Pass is that it's become very expensive from what I've seen. Depending on the tier you go for, I've heard it's got very, very pricey. And to be honest, yeah, I find that with subscription models for games, you have to be gaming a lot of the time to get the most out of it. If you're not playing like 6 to 7 hours worth of gaming in like every day and a half, if you're not gaming for as long as most people have a full-time job, you're not really getting the benefits, because like, as far as I'm concerned, by the time you get through the games, they leave the service, which is a big problem that a lot of people have faced. Now, the counter-argument to that is, if you like a game so much, buy it. But if you're paying a premium subscription, you're basically paying a very expensive rental package. And that's, in my opinion, not okay. Kind of like that crash wasn't okay. But it's alright. We don't have damage physics in this game. So we're able to carry on. It's fine. Yeah, that's fair, Queen. Most of the time PC is where you're not got PS Plus. Totally get it. I mean, the only thing I will say about PS, like the current PlayStation era, is they do have some interesting exclusives. Recently we're playing Final Fantasy 16. Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth is going to be timed exclusive for quite a long time. So, it's one of those. There are advantages, but at the same time, a lot of the things that come against it are off. I say PS Plus Essential, that can be hit and miss. You can have some great months, like the month where they added Persona 5 Strikers, the month where they added Yakuza Like a Dragon and Tony Hawk's 1 and 2 HD Remake, the month where they added Mass Effect Legendary Edition. You can get some great months, but then you get some turd months as well, where you get the likes of Need for Speed Unbound, you get the likes of PGA Golf, you get the likes of UFC, you get the likes of some weird educational game, you know what I mean? Ah yes, Queen. Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth. Come and go around on a very rare day. Comes around maybe once every 4 years. We're almost there, peeps. Yeah, the September month was disappointing. Like, Essentials had a disappointing list of games. And while there were some good titles in Extra and Premium, like the one that I recommend is 13 Sentinels Aegis Rim, I do recommend that people play that game. Don't sleep on it, because it looks like it's a 2D visual novel game. It's not only got an amazing story, but it has some brilliant mech tactical RPG battles to play. Don't sleep on that title. I've got it for the Switch, and it's a really good game. But there's not enough of them. And the fact that they bulk dropped so many Star Ocean games. Great if you're a Star Ocean fan, but if you're not... Oh, we've got a BMW M3 GTR race car! It's the car from Need for Speed. That's what that is. Which one was it? Need for Speed Most Wanted? It's the Need for Speed Most Wanted car. That's what we've got, people. An absolute icon. Very, very nice. Very nice indeed. That's way higher spec for the prize card than I was expecting. I was not expecting a prize card like that. That's a belter. That's an absolute cracker. So now I'm going to get into my Peugeot 206 because we have a hot hatch league. So I'll be able to use this car in it. It destroyed everything back in the days. It did, and I'd say anyone who played that game, Need for Speed Most Wanted, you could cause carnage in it. So we've got both the French Championship and the Euro Hot Hatch League. Let's start with the Tour France Championship. I think that's how it's pronounced. Ah, fair enough, Snow. If you bought for 13 Sentinels years ago, it's not going anywhere. That's the way to do it, mate. Absolutely awesome. Because I'd like to thank Avian for introducing me to that game when I was in Canada. They bought it for their Switch, I played it for a bit, and I'm like, yeah, I'm buying this. This is awesome. Interesting. That's an interesting mix of Need for Speed there. I'm not really... yeah. Ah, we can actually qualify if we want to, but we're not going to. Now look at our cars. We're up against two other Peugeots in the 106 Rally and the 106 S16. We've got we've got a Clio V6 and a Renault Megane. Yes, that red car in front of me, that was the big hot ticket car apparently. I don't know why. So here we go. Get out of my way in your Citroen Xantia. Move. Well, that Renault Megane has shifted in front. That's gone way clear. Horrendous understeer. It makes sense that we're back in Opera Paris, considering this is the French car tournament. Oh, wow, okay. The brakes on this car are way better than I expected. I stopped, and that Renault Megane was drifting. It managed to start drifting in a front-wheel drive car. How do you drift in a front-wheel drive car? How do you do that? Without breaking your suspension or your tyres flying off, because your tyres will be driving forward as well as steering. That's why people love rear-wheel drives for drifting. Ah, that's fair, Snowby. I've heard a few people say the medium's worth playing. I don't know myself because I've never played it, but it sounds curious. It was meant to be a rhetorical question, Queen, but fair enough, I'll take the answer. I mean, I know that if you drive a front-wheel drive car, you can get torque steer, and that makes the car turn when you're driving, but that's not the same as drifting. Oh god, don't start saying skill issue. I heard that all day yesterday, and it started annoying the fuck out of me. Oh, it's just a skill issue. And I'm like, no, it isn't. It's false difficulty in an arcade machine. Stop telling me it's a skill issue. Until someone came along and promptly showed me what true skill is and schooled me completely. That did not happen yesterday. Oh, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. I must admit, yesterday I was at our arcade club. I got to see an arcade machine, which was amazing, but also really bizarre. I don't know what the game's called, but the arcade cabinet literally had a table on it. And what you had to do was choose a scenario, and then literally your character flipped a table and caused as much damage to the room as possible. There was a bride who was refusing to get married, there was a teacher who was annoyed at their class, there was a hostess annoyed at a load of wannabe gangsters that are ordering stupid champagne bottles. It was the most Japanese thing I've ever seen, and it was amazing. It was literally just like Burnout's Crash Mode, but instead of using cars, you flipped a table. I don't know what it's called, but it was a really amusing way to spend 2 minutes. If you're that kind of thing where if you're pissed off after coming back from work, it's the kind of cabinet we need in our offices, people. You've had that really annoying phone call where you're really angry. Just go in and flip the table. That's all you got to do. not played any of the Amnesia games, Snow, but that sounds really interesting when you say I've got adrenaline levels. One of the few games which I remember playing that had good adrenaline levels, and I wish it had been remastered, was Eternal Darkness, Sanity's Requiem on the GameCube. One of the most overlooked survival horror games of all time. Had some of the greatest ideas I've ever seen. It also shattered the fourth wall, so it triggered me quite a lot, but it did it in really creative ways. If you've ever seen video footage online of that game, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. It's a very, very overlooked title, and I wish someone would get the rights to give it a remaster, because it's trapped on the GameCube. And it's a massive shame. After this race, I'm just going to very quickly check my phone because I've had a couple of notifications. I'll make sure it's no one trying to reach me for something urgent. But don't worry, I won't be going anywhere. I'll be able to do it at my desk. I'm hoping it's just some spam emails I can ignore, but you never know. This car seems absolutely gutless in second gear. In second gear, it seems to have absolutely no power at all. Once it's in the upper gears or the first gear, it's fine, but in second gear, well, look at that. The odometer is barely moving. I can't say I have played Life is Strange, Joe, no. That sounds really kind of interesting, that Snowbeaver. It's given me thoughts of the forgotten PlayStation 1 game, Hell Knight. A really interesting first-person survival horror game. The fact that it was published by Atlas makes me consider it an unofficial entry in the Megami Tensei series. It isn't, but it might as well be. Yeah, plan an escape without getting killed. That sounds a bit similar to that, it must be said. You can tell this car's front-wheel drive. Though look at the difference in the tyres, the front to the rear. The fronts have been chewed to pieces. The rear tyres have barely got warmed up. Well, it sounds like a vacuum cleaner. This is not my favourite car, but it will get the job done. And that's what we want. We want the job done. Look which car came second. The V6 24 valve. Yeah, that's convenient. Right, next race in the championship. So where are we going next then? The Circuit de la Sarthe. 1 lap. Excellent. Right, pardon me. Just want to see what my gear ratios are like. Oh, that will not do. That will not do at all. No wonder I was struggling for traction. That will not do. Right, we're not bothering to qualify for this. The lap's so long. The lap is so long, there's no point. We're not qualifying. So we are at the Circuit de la Sarthe in Le Mans, France. We are supporting the Le Mans 24 Hours with one of the slowest races they're going to see all week, people. Forget the legendary Group C demonstration. Forget the touring cars. Forget the Asian Le Mans series. We are here with the European Hot Hatch League. Oh yes. Right, you and your Citroen Xantia can get out of my way. Well, if you want to go off the circuit, mate, if you two want to as well, that's perfectly fine by me. I'll take you both here. Thank you very much. On our way down through the middle part of the circuit on towards Tetrouge. One of the fastest corners in a Group C prototype. In this car, not going to be anywhere near as fast, I'm afraid, people. It's going to be a little more casual. That's okay. Now it's time to leave them to the weeds. They won't have a hope. Excellent, we're through, that's good. I could probably break about 100 metres there, surprisingly. Can break later than I expected, not that it matters, because we're already through here for the final time. That's interesting, charging your flashlight. Is it like a wind-up one where you have to wind up the battery? Because I can't think of any other reason why charging a flashlight would give off noise. Unless you got like a portable generator with a diesel pack, maybe. Right, okay, fair enough. That answers my question. I was right. I was just thinking, I'm like, how do you charge a battery and make noise and then, yeah, cranking it up? That makes sense. Well, I think we've safely won this race, people. I don't think we're going to be in any danger from the backfield here. Ah, so it's set in World War I. Right, that makes sense then, Snow, definitely. The modern tech that we take advantage of really wasn't the thing back then. Almost there, 2 more chicanes and we've made it. That's the Chevrolet chicane. And then the Ford chicane. That's the gravel track, but it doesn't matter because we're still going to finish. That puts some distance in front of us in terms of the championship. Now we have a lead of 8 points already. We're well clear. And it seems that the formation thus far has been very much that order for both races. Is it going to continue, or will anyone break the streak? Right, so special stage Route 5. Should be quite a decent race, this one. Night time, somewhere in the city, it would seem. Very real series tonight. All the cars are relatively low powered. It's kind of cool. It's a nice track to drive, isn't it, Joe? It's quite a smooth circuit. Oh, collision between the Renaults there. I'll try and take them there. That's worked. Compromise line for this corner, which is a problem. I had a feeling that might happen. I went too deep. But I can follow the Peugeot 106 relay. Yeah, you guys brake if you want to. I'm not. Understeer. Typical problem with a front wheel drive car. Torque steer, understeer, all problems. Yeah, it's quite a nice relaxing circuit. My favourite circuit is one that's not been seen for many years, which is the special stage Route 11. I've not seen that for a very, very long time. Really good circuit, that. So here we go, high speed. Yeah, this one's not been seen for a while, actually, Joe, has it? Was it in Gran Turismo 5, I think was the last time it appeared? Alongside Special Stage Route 7, or whatever it was called. In fact, the only Special Stage route in the modern one is Special Stage Route 10, which is crazy. The Special Stage Route 10 is nothing but a 10-kilometre long oval. That's all it is. Crawling along in second gear. Second gear, it seems, is a major problem in this car. It seems very sluggish. On the edge, that's good. No. I was trying to avoid braking to keep the revs up, but the car was just drifting wider and wider. Never mind, we're clear for now. One more lap. managed to somehow lose control and then regain it. Not complaining, but still not sure why control went away from me then. Not that it matters. We're still getting ready to drive, and we're still in the lead. That's all that matters to me. As this city is very much under construction, those cranes there to the right, looking over a big fat nothing in terms of geometry. Meanwhile, Avian jumping in saying, hi everyone, good evening to you, how are you doing? We're currently racing in a European hot hatch league. I'm driving in a Peugeot 306, and it's a bit of an old school car. Avian, you missed part of my stream. When would you ever miss anything entertaining if you missed part of my stream? Let's be honest here. There we go. Can we clip the inside apex? Yes, of course we can. We can also mow down pedestrians by taking off the pavement. Or the sidewalk, depending on where you are in the world. Yeah, Joe, maybe that's why we're not seeing this circuit back. It's been under construction for so long, it's bankrupted the city. Oh, that's good, Avi. You say you've had a cold over the last couple of days, but you think it might be on the way out. Fingers crossed it is. There's nothing worse than being ill. I hate that. It's one of my pet hates. Deprives you of your joy at what you want to do, makes life really grumpy. Yeah, not ideal. So apologies, people. I did send an urgent offline message. I'll be with you as soon as I can. So I'm not ignoring you. I'm just sending something that I need to send privately. Not belong. Right, now that's taken care of, let's get back to the racing. I'm amazed we're getting 10,000 credits for this. I'm surprised it's that high paying. I didn't think it would be worth that much money here. So I'm wondering what we might get in terms of a car. I wonder if we'll get something like the Renault Laguna touring car maybe. That could work. And we're at Grand Valley Speedway in reverse for 3 laps. This will be a long one, people. We are in a Peugeot 306. We are in a hatchback. Yes, we are. Oh, 206 even, sorry. We're going to be sluggish off the line because we've got long gear ratios. But once we're up to speed, we should blast by them all. Just like that. That's why I didn't bother to qualify, people. There was no point qualifying in this race. Because we've got a grid start, we were able to take advantage. So front wheel drive, in a low underpowered car, very little grip. This will be fun. Yes, the very hot Clio V6. It wasn't as hot as me. Here we go, up the inside, everything looking smooth thus far, that's great. Oh, yeah, the second gear, the car just does not like second gear. It's like it gets grumpy. What you mean I gotta go in second? And like stamps its foot, refusing to move. I haven't caught a fire yet, Joe. Let's not put a jinx on the stream here when you say things like that. I haven't caught fire yet, and I don't plan to. I know that the Kurgan in Highlander might have said it's better to burn out than fade away, but I'd rather not, thank you. I'd rather not burn out, or burn up. It'd save on fuel bills in winter, but it wouldn't do me much good if I was dead. Yeah, there'd be a clickbait thumbnail for you all, wouldn't it, people? YouTube streamer gets so hot they burn on screen. You know what I mean? Avian, I can totally relate. It's a fair point. You stamp your foot and you don't want to go, and you have to. Ironically, I'm actually in the office tomorrow. I need to take care of some training for some new starters. So I will be. That's part of the reason for the earlier stream tonight. But I thought it'd be nice to take advantage of the afternoon and just do some more gaming with you all. It's not quite the matinee, but it's still quite nice. Wide. That's very wide. Luckily it gives me the inside line here, so it's not that bad a thing, but it's not ideal. Joe, it's weird. It was trying to be cold, but wasn't quite. If you know what I mean. It was like mornings were freezing, then warmed up, then freezing again. We're in that weird. It doesn't know what it wants to do weather at the moment. We're in that very strange. It's the onset of winter, but it's not quite autumn. I think that's the best way I can describe it. It's been somewhat strange, to say the least. Yeah, I get that, maybe you don't have to make up the day after your work told you don't have to go. I mean, technically, if they told you don't have to, you're following an instruction, so asking you to make it up's a bit different, but we'll see. So I've got a busy week ahead of me this week. I've got, like, training, I've got interviews, I've got all kinds of things going on. But it's good fun. My life doesn't stop, people. My life is hectic. Yes, we're embracing the power of the vacuum cleaner from this engine, people. Well, say Avian, some potential good news is that I did an offline test of Alice Madness Returns, and it didn't crash at the point that we had it crash on stream. So I'm hoping it was a one-off. So we're going to try again on Thursday. We may find ourselves in the rolling roulette approach of getting into the game and then crashing and then going again. So we'll see how we get on. That's the best thing I can do. Because I was really enjoying playing that game, and having it interrupted so rudely by a game crash was not my idea of fun. See, listen to that there. Where was the power coming out of that hairpin corner? There was no guts from that engine at all. No guts, no glory. Yeah, the tyres are definitely going off. I'm having to brake at those corners. Whereas my rear tyres are so cold, I'm not getting any grip from that part of it. So I think that's not helping. My balance is all over the place in terms of my steering. I've got a front end that wants to turn in far too much and a back end that doesn't want to go anywhere. In terms of a communication breakdown, it's quite a big one. But it doesn't matter because we won. I think we've got one more race and then we win the title, I think, but I'm not sure. We're not too far back, Avian. When I did my test point, it was about 15-20 minutes maybe, so it could have been worse. So fingers crossed we'll be able to get through that next particular area and activate a auto save. It's just a pity I don't have a manual save. If there was a manual save option, I'd be able to just keep saving every couple of minutes just to make sure. One of the advantages of emulating, people, if you're in a situation where you feel you're going to struggle to get a save, you can always do a save state. And we are here in Monte Carlo, the Côte d'Azur. Because of course we are. We are in the south of France on one of the most notorious circuits of all time. It's a challenge and it's extremely difficult to overtake on. It also has an incredibly low-res backdrop there in the mountains over Monaco, people. An incredibly low-res backdrop. But here we go. Into Saint-Devote, and I'm going straight for the overtake. I'm not messing around as we head up Beau Rivage, as it's known. The very, very steep climb. The kind of climb you don't want to make on foot. And we're headed towards Massenet and Casino Square, and I might try and take the pair of them on the inside here. It was an attempt, and I might have just pulled it off. Yes, I have. Excellent. Into Casino Square. Wrong way around the roundabout. Avoid the bump. And then we're coming up the inside of Mirabeau. Late on the brakes. Try and duck the power on the inside. Ride the inside curb. And then hold out towards the Fairmont Hotel. The Fairmont hairpin. Into Portier 1. Keeping the tyre tracks, and we'll only get a decent exit out of Portier 2 and do them in the tunnel. That's the plan. Oh god, no, you definitely don't want to do Beau Rivage on a bike. Absolutely not. That would kill your thighs. You are not wrong. Yep, overtaking in the tunnel. Down the hill towards the Nouvelle Chicane. Got to be careful on the braking point here because we don't have any brake marker boards, which is very inconvenient. A little bit wide there, but caught it. Not bad. And now we're on our way towards Tabac. Normally, by day, this is a car park, would you believe it? Here, it turns into a very tight hairpin corner. Into the swimming pool chicane, where there's no swimming pool in this game. Well, there is a diving board, to be fair, so maybe it is there after all. And then we're heading round the Rascasse corner by the Rascasse Cafe. If you've got a spare €20,000, you can watch the race from there, apparently. And then lastly, into the flick of Anthony Nogues, and that is a lap of Monaco, the Côte d'Azur, Monte Carlo. The first corner here, Saint-Devote, has claimed that many victims. It is a true first-time corner. It's up there with the Wall of Champions, the Circuit de Villeneuve in Canada. It's up there with the hairpin at Suzuka and the Degner at Suzuka. It's up there with the Carousel at the Nürburgring. It's one of many famous corners to have claimed a lot of victims in its past. We are quite far ahead here. We have romped clear of the field. So, do you remember when I did 99 laps of this circuit on stream in my Jag? 99 laps of Monte Carlo in a Jag. Yes, that was an entertaining night to say the least. It was tiring, but it was entertaining. True endurance racing, that. Yes, La Source hairpin, Joe. La Source, and sadly, of course, Eau Rouge, but I didn't want to really say too much about that because that's a totally different mess. But La Source often gets very, very crazy. You're not wrong. The first chicane at Monza as well. I don't know what that chicane's called, actually. It's not the Rettifilo chicane, it's another one. That's famous for pile-ups. That's Lewis Hamilton and Max Verstappen in 2021. Yes, I can't remember the name of it, but it's often the corner attracts problems, that one. It's needless to say, one of those corners that's a bit notorious. Oh, we've stalled. I've never had that happen on this game before. We actually managed to stall the engine. I didn't even realise that was a feature of this game, but apparently you can stall the engine. Yes, the locals who are fans of Formula 1 are being treated to an absolute classic here, people. Yes, Melbourne Turn 1, the Jones chicane, wasn't it? That's had some big ones. And Turn 3, actually. Twice cars have gone into that upside down. Fernando Alonso, Martin Brundle. They both went upside down through there into the gravel. Very, very nasty accidents, the pair of them. It might have been Shimmy who took off, actually. It's a good point. Or it might have been Ralph Schumacher now, think about it. Not Michael. It might have been Ralph. Well, there we go. We have won the 5th race, and I'm assuming that's the end of the championship. Yes, it is. Awesome. So that's the championship won. We won it at an absolute canter. And as you say, yeah, thanks. The also one was scary. It was, but so was Brundle's. They were both very, very fortunate that day. Glad that both drivers were okay. So what have we won? Oh. Ha 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 ha. Oh yeah. We've won the 2CV. And there's a one make manufacturer championship you're all going to suffer tonight. Oh yeah. But before I do that, there's one more championship I want to do here, which is the Euro Hot Hatch League. I'm going to quickly go back and save my game. That's now saved, so that's fantastic. Yes, the 2CV. Your cousin has one. That's pretty cool. That's nice. We have a championship again. We're in the Euro Hot Hatch League. So the question is, just how hot are the hatches going to be? How fast can we go? So we got the Mini Cooper, a BMW M Coupe, Clio Sport, an Audi 8th, and then another Peugeot 205. Okay, let's see what we do. If you find it impossible to sit through the 2CV challenge, yet you manage to sit through the 1,000 miles, I'm kind of curious as to why, Joe. Yes, I will be upgrading the 2CV as much as I can. I'm not messing around on that one. Yet the 205 GTI might well be Jeremy Clarkson's favourite hot hatch, but I'm in the 206. I've got more horsepower. I'm going to beat you. Not the fastest way around that corner going over the grass, it must be said. Honestly, winning the 2CV championship is like the ultimate hipster thing. I won a classic car race in a 2CV. And then sips coffee while you do it. I was once called a hipster because of who I like most in Persona 5 of the girls. My reply was, how dare you, comparing those poor hipsters to me. What are you thinking? You can't compare those poor hipsters to me. I'm so uncool that even hipsters don't want to be associated with me. So we have a 3-lap race in the Euro Hot Hatch. Hopefully we'll get a decent car out of this one. I mean, watching now, we'll get something just as slow as the 2CV, like another one of those 1886 cars or something stupid like that. And yes, there is no one-make championship for that. Be very thankful, people. Not much to say about this race so far. We're in the lead. Track's only middling in its interest. And we're hopefully going to move on to something a bit more classic. But it's a question of what kind of races they want. It's curious, we've got the Euro Hot Hatch in our first races in Japan. It's not really a European Hot Hatch race series, if that's the case, is it, people? Still not got any power in second gear though, which is a major issue. But no, I've got plenty of issues. Too soon? I just want to get this tournament in the bag so I don't have to do any more front-wheel drive races for a while. The problem with front-wheel drive is the cars aren't that fun to drive. There's a lot of management involved where you got to try and get your power into the front tyres to turn the corners. Due to the understeer, you have to try and correct and compensate a lot. It's just not as fun to drive. A mid-engine rear-wheel drive car, a front-rear drive car, quite a bit more fun because you got a lot more shift in the balance of the car. You can play around with them quite a bit more. I suppose if I spent forever in the settings and tuning, I might do better, but I know nothing about tuning, apart from gear ratios. That's the only thing I even have a close understanding of. An F1 race round here, it could be, and it also couldn't at the same time. It's a weird one. The first pit straight into the double apex corner could be a decent overtaking spot, and the downhill braking zone for the 90 degree could be fantastic. There's also points to give it echoes to Suzuka, so it could be a bit of a compromise setup. I don't think it's got a grade 1 license though, I don't think. It might have it, because I'm sure MotoGP riding happens here, so I don't know if they need to have a grade 1 license to hold their circuits or not. So it'd be interesting if it did have a grade 1 and they decided to bring it here. Because I think a modern Fuji race would be cool as well. But yes, the BMW has been defeated. It will not like that. Decent payout for the race at least. So we're moving on to race number 2. Question is, where are we going to be racing? Oh, back to Opera Paris again. Why am I not surprised? This game knows how much I hate it. You probably know more about MotoGP than I do, Joe. I've not watched that series in a very long time. As I say, I remember when it was Casey Stoner versus Valentino Rossi, so I get the feeling I'm well out of my time. I also remember when James Toseland tried to make it as a British rider and was getting owned because the level between that and Superbikes was nowhere near as good. Speaking of bikes though, yesterday at Arcade Club I played the Manx TT Sega arcade machine. That's a weird arcade cab. That is such a weird one. Now that's fair, Joe, if you don't know much about it, no big deal. I'll say, my motorsport knowledge is mostly F1. I obviously know the feeder series F2 and F3. I used to religiously watch the World Endurance Championship. It's become harder to get hold of these days. And while I've watched a few clips in the modern era, I don't really know as much as I used to. BTCC I've not watched for a long time either, so I'm a bit out of the loop on most motorsport. It's curious because I absolutely adore motorsport. I love the whole aggregation of your strategies and the way you set your cars up and what kind of drivers you'd pick and what circuits are more likely to fit certain chassis. I always find that fascinating, but I just haven't paid much attention to anything but F1 of late. But for now we are in the lead. Can we stay there is the question, because this car doesn't really like this circuit very much. Oh god, the understeering, that is awful. But I get the feeling the BMW is not finding it as much easier to drive, to be fair. You can imagine me on the radio back to the pits. No, this car's undrivable, we need to make some major changes, and the team are like, how can we do that? You're in the middle of the race, get back out there and drive, you idiot. Hearing Alonso on the radio today was funny for that. You need to think of something. It's like, okay, what do you want us to do? Dance a jig? Do you want us to, try and engineer a safety car so you can win because your teammate crashed out? Oh wait. So I will say, speaking of Alonso, I still, at some point, Lawrence Stroll is going to have to swallow his pride, forget the nepotism, and tell his son Lance that he needs to go home and stop racing. He is wasting that second seat at Aston Martin. That second seat is absolutely a busted flush, thanks to him. And yes, you throw me to the Lions. Classic line from Alonso, Joe. Up there with the time when he said about Honda at the home race GP2 engine. Like massive amounts of shade being thrown at Honda on that day. It must be sad. Oh, look at that! Look at that sign there. That was glitchy as anything. Don't know if you saw it. The one that changed from TRD to Gran Turismo at the end of the pits. It looked absolutely awful. That has not upscaled well. Are we going to get through? Just about. Yes, excellent, good, nice one. I gotta say, me and second place are so far ahead of the rest of the field. This literally is a two-class race. I mean, look at us. I'm the red dot. Second place, the blue dot right behind me. And look at the cluster of cars from fourth down. We've got a massive lead over the rest of the field. We are way in front. It's like Jarno Trulli's come back and has reformed the Trulli train. So Julian Fabreau agrees with me, very close to the GP2 engine line. It's not wrong. The irony being, of course, that Aston Martin are going to Honda engines in 2026. So the irony being that if Alonso's still in the sport at that point, he'll be back with the company he said that about. But I get the feeling that by that point, you expect Alonso to have retired by that point. I mean, he's no slouch, to be fair. He's proven he's still got it, so who knows? Maybe he'll stick around. Maybe he'll try and be the first driver in years to be in his 50s when he retires. That'd be a scary thought, actually. That'd be really, really scary. If he was that good that he could still be racing in his 50s. I mean, people do it in Le Mans all the time, like the gentleman drivers who fund the GT cars. They're often in their 60s who are funding the team. I get that, but imagine that someone who's 50 plus in F1 with like 5.5 G-forces. That'd be pretty epic. That would be superhuman. And again, the amount of times that he's retired and come back and retired and come back, it shows that he's still got plenty of passion. Because you wouldn't return if you're not interested. Well, at least you shouldn't anyway. If Stroll leaves the team, well, maybe Lawrence Stroll has so much money that he could buy Liam Lawson out of his contract with Red Bull, because he's got no drive next season. He could also throw a wedge load of money at Sebastian Vettel to make him come out of retirement. Imagine that, Alonso and Vettel developing the Aston Martin ahead of the new changes before the Honda come to the scene. That's a major one. They could also promote one of the drivers from the lower formulae, such as Felipe Drugovich, or maybe bring over one of the other Williams proteges. Go outside the sport to one of the IndyCar or the Super Formula drivers. You know, just to show that they got some power. Maybe get Stoffel Van Dorn, because he's Mercedes reserve driver still. He's still got decent pace from what I've seen. Maybe bring Nick de Vries back, give him a decent shot in a proper car. He proved that he understood the Mercedes engine at Williams. So there's loads of options if Lawrence Stroll is willing to open his piggy bank. Considering he's a massive billionaire, he can afford it. So I don't know, maybe. But again, Lance Stroll has been a bit of a busted flush, sadly. It's a shame, because again, he's a likeable guy, but he's just not cutting it in that car. Maybe they could do a swap where Lance Stroll goes to Williams and Alex Albon goes to Aston Martin. Now that would be worth their time. Oh, this is a very slow camera panning backwards here, people. So slow we didn't even get to see the rest of the grid. It was like the cameraman got stuck on dramatic camera mode and went, oh shit, I need to get to the back. Okay, off we go. Right. This is where bumper cars go buh. And regarding the whole Williams thing, there's rumour that Logan Sargent might be getting benched at Williams, so there's that as well. Yep. They are very much a case of we will follow the racing line no matter what, and I'm like, okay, see you later. They always expect people to go to the left though, Queen. Going to the right caught them by surprise. They weren't expecting that. That's why they all got bulldozed out of the way. They didn't see me coming. I'm like, championship leader coming through, get out of the way. Right, here we go. Nice. Pat, a good straight line the chicane there. Yes, it's cheating. No, I don't care. Uphill braking zone, so we can stop quite a bit later. That's always useful. Just be grateful it's not me navigating here, but if you think Queen's directions are confused, you try listening to mine. Oh, someone's triggered in the chat. Whoa, it's got heated there all of a sudden. That escalated quickly. The F-bombs have been dropped, people. That's it. Seconds out, fight, I guess. Or should I say, round one, fight. No one gets lost more than me, though. Bizarrely, I managed to find Avian when I was over there. That's a miracle that'll never happen again, by the way, people. Me finding someone is a rarity. An extreme rarity. That was pretty nice. That went through there really fast. Destroyed the tyres, and we have a lead of 12 seconds. We're well in the clear. You need to get one of those locator balloons. Just press the button and a balloon pops up that says I'm here. That's what you need. So when it comes to getting lost on the path of life, I'm nowhere where it's supposed to be, I don't think. It's all come good for me in the end, to be fair. I managed to turn it around. So it's all worth it. Oh, no. I could just feel the car peeling to the right, then I'm like, nope, this isn't going to work. We'll be doing the Lotus Europa one after this, so I want to do the classic one first before I do any of the other one makes. Wow, that's a new one. Getting lost by literally going behind your house is a whole new record of fail. God, this car's got so much understeer. I couldn't even do a handbrake turn. That's hilarious. That's redefining understeer, people. That is redefining it to a whole new level. So we are part way through the tournament. We've won 3 races. I think we've got 2 more to go. I'm expecting 2 more anyway. Oh, we're doing Suzuka East Circuit. Oh, this is that weird one, which is literally the S's. Well, if you guys all want to peel left and leave me all the room in the world, feel free. So this circuit is where today's F1 race took place, but this is the short version of the circuit. So we go through the S's and then peel to the right rather than going left around Dunlop. Yes, get out of my way, BMW driver. You're slowing me down. I am the protagonist and the championship leader. Get out of my way. We still have some races in the Japan area to deal with as well, which is like the 70s and the 80s and 90s cars. So I'm going to need to buy some of them, unfortunately, because I've not got any cars from that era illegal at the moment. Unless I randomly get one for winning this tournament, but I can't see it. It doesn't make sense, that. So I'm probably going to have to hit the used car lot and buy an old classic. We've got 5 laps of this race, people, so get comfortable. We're going to be busy. And this is one of those layouts where you don't really have much chance to like rest on your laurels because the corners come at you thick and fast. You just got to constantly aim for the corner and keep going. And yeah, if the other kid got tired of waiting, I'd have gone off as well. So yeah. Yes, Adrian, we all know how much you like anime romance stories because you were totally into the story between Ashley and Marina in Wild Arms 2, weren't you? You were a massive fan of that storyline. Yes, Marina and Ashley were the best pair, apparently. But I have never actually watched Ranma 1/2 or Ranma half, however you pronounce it. Never watched it, can't comment on it. It certainly made you sick, didn't it, Avian? You say it was a bad one. It certainly made you nauseous. Well, to be fair, you weren't as triggered as Queen was with the ending to it. Ah, so it is Ranma half. Okay, I'll remember that. Probably known in Japanese as Ranma Han. Reminds me, yeah, speaking of like animes with unusual names, I need to go back to watching Durarara at some point. I've not watched any more since I last watched it. Even though I do low-key actually want to do a cosplay of Isaiah from Durarara. I found out that Johnny Young Bosch is his voice actor in the dub. Why is it I always like Johnny Young Bosch's characters? Maybe it's because he's the king. Yes, the end of Wild Arms 2 is one of the most bizarre, unresolved matters in gaming. What were the names of their kids? Apparently they were the cutest of all names in Phil Gaia, but we didn't hear them. We don't know what they were. I know, whereas, say if you've not watched it either, Queen, at least I'm not in a potential of spoiling it for you. Well, so far the championship has been pretty much the same results all the way through. And we're heading on to the race 5, and I believe that will be the final one. And again, we've had another race in Japan at the European Championship, which is okay, just a bit strange. So we've got one more race to go. At least I think we do. And then after that we can, I don't know, go wherever. Ah, special stage Route 5 reverse. We're back here. Awesome. As I say, it was never revealed, Avian, so whatever your guess was, I can't tell you if it's right or not. I've no way of knowing. Only Media Vision, who made the game, can tell you. Yes, we are entering draft mode. Oh, it's a horrible understeer then. Ow! And then I've been punted by the Clio. Absolutely torturous understeer then. That understeered worse than an 18-wheeler. Well, this is an 18-wheeler. I could have blew the fog on and got them all out of my way. Or ran them off the road. No such luck in the Peugeot. Right, so there's the BMW driver. He's led for nearly a full lap. This cannot stand. This cannot be allowed to happen. I am not going to lose to you. Get back here. That's right, give me your slipstream. Give me all the slipstream in the world. See you later. I don't need blue shells, Avian. I did it legit. I don't need to be a sore loser and blue shell someone while they're celebrating their victory. No, I've not forgotten. So far we're doing okay on this race. Now we're in the lead. Can we maintain it? Can we pull away? So we can win this title in style. Blasting over the finish line at a 1 minute 40.384. And we are blasting down the highway. Past the construction site, doing everything we can, braking at 35 metres. That's brave. It's stupid, but it's brave. Considering that's a downhill braking zone, it doesn't make sense that I was able to stop that easily. I'm actually quite impressed. It's a shame there's so much understeer, because that would have been epic cornering otherwise. I do have some bad news though. I found out that the Separate Ways campaign for Resident Evil 4 Remake, it's sodding paid DLC. They want £8 for it. The fucking bastards. I mean, yes, it's a DLC, these things happen, but it's still very frustrating that that's a paid DLC when in the original game Separate Ways was included for nothing. So I'm very disappointed by that, to say the least. I don't even know what the baby track is, what you're on about, Avian. It sounds like an absolute nightmare of a race for me. Sounds like the kind of one that would be online open lobby hell. The key thing is, we once again win. Hopefully that's the end of the championship. Hopefully we'll put another championship to bed, and we will be able to find out what our overall completion is in a moment. But first of all, I want to see what we've won. Well, money. That's always a good start. So what are we going to get? Yeah, well, that's the end of the championship. We've won by 2 clear victories. We were 2 victories clear in terms of points. There was no way we were going to lose this title. And we've won as a result. Oh, what? We have won a Volvo. We have won an estate car. We have won an absolute tank. Known as the Swedish tank. And it handles exactly like a tank. It cannot corner. It's horrendous. But you know what it is good for? Being in an accident. If you get hit while driving one of those, you will be guaranteed to be safe. So we are now at 63.1% completion, having won that tournament. Yes, we won a station wagon. Not exactly my idea of fun either, it must be said. So what I'm looking for here is the Lotus Europa. That's the car I want, because I want to take on the manufacturer trophy in that one. Where are you, Lotus? There it is. We have a Lotus. Yes, Lotus. My favourite character from Zero Escape 999 the Nonary games. And if you're interested in checking it out, go check out Queen32's channel. Fantastic playthrough of that game available. I won't say any more, but I watched an episode of the Virtue's Last Reward today, and there was something about the way it ended which was intriguing. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not saying any more. I don't do spoilers on this channel. Oh, hang on. Before I buy anything, I need to very quickly change the oil. Just realised I need to change the oil before I do anything to this car. Fire up that jazz music. Yeah. Right. I'm saying nothing, Queen. Not saying a word. So now we'll put some extra parts into the Lotus Europa because I've got the money and I want to make sure I win the tournament. I believe it's going to be sports only. Let me just double check. Oh, there's no restrictions. Oh, fantastic. I can put racing tyres on this. Excellent. Oh, well, that's going to make a massive difference. Let's spend a load of money. Let's give this car a lot of horsepower and a lot of grip. We're going to dominate this. We're going to absolutely obliterate it. So apologies for the menu management part of the stream. This is where the classic Gran Turismo games are less fun because of the technology they were released on. They take longer for simple stuff like this, which it's just annoying. That's all it is. Right, we can naturally aspirate it. Can we turbocharge it? We can. Ooh, do we turbocharge it or do we naturally aspirate it? Naturally aspirating it will cost more money, but give it less lag. So I'm gonna go with natural aspiration for this one. So hey, if the rules say that there's no restrictions on tyres, I am having my Racing Slicks tyres on. And I'm going to try and obliterate the field if I can. The rest of the field might also have Slicks tyres on and be a lot slower. In terms of completion, we are at 63.1%. We are quite far into this. There's still a lot of tournaments hidden. Like, there's loads of endurance races I've yet to have the chance to do. There's the Japanese events that I've not done. And essentially, we want to keep on going as best as we can. Though at some point, as I say, I am going to get a new memory card file created for my emulator. And I'm going to download a mod for this game which randomizes the prize card. I want to see what kind of chaos happens on stream with that in terms of what we get for our races. We could enter the first race in the game and be given the most powerful car there is. We could enter the 24 Hours of Le Mans and win the 1886 Benz Motorwagen. And I'm kind of interested in the pure abject chaos that we get from it. So that might be a stream I do at some point before Christmas. What I'm going to call the random run. I've seen a couple of people mentioning it, and it does sound chaotic. But I'd want to do it on a different memory card so I don't corrupt the save file for this. I've got them backed up on another drive. Don't get me wrong, but I want to do everything I can to really make this easy. So we're going to take the weight out of this car. It's going to have 200 and odd horsepower and be less than 700 kilograms. So it's going to have a lot of grunt. And then 664, the bloke next door. Absolutely, yeah, better to be safe than sorry. Exactly, especially when it comes to save data. No one wants to lose their save data. If you lose your save data, there's nothing worse. It's an awful experience. So this is the championship, and we're starting in Hong Kong. We're taking classic cars to the streets of Hong Kong, people. This will be interesting, down by the waterfront. So we've got the Lotus Elan, the Lotus Europa, and that's literally it. 2 laps. And we're at 1 point for A spec, so we should be very overpowered. Beautiful design to that car. And I've just started bump drafting the back of one of the cars ahead of me because I had that much more power. Yeah, okay. Money go Burt. That's literally the only reason I'm going to win this race. It's purely money. Get out of my way. Leave me alone. I'm to best Lotus driver. Move aside. This is mine. This is in the bag. You guys are out of your class. You don't have a hope. Stand aside. Leave me be. Goodbye. Feels very, very nice to drive. It's a very pointy car. It's got a lot of power. It's got a decent acceleration out the corners. My only concern is that it might have a low top speed, so I might need to change the gear ratios. For this circuit we'll be alright, because we don't really have very long straights, so we can get away with it. And if Côte d'Azur is in here, we'll be fine there too. But if we get anywhere like Trial Mountain, Circuit de la Sarthe, we're going to need a lot longer gear ratios. Meanwhile, Joe, welcome back. We are in the Lotus Europa Challenge, and we are currently dominating the race in Hong Kong. We are well out in front. Trim the wall, exactly what we want to do. Very, very smooth to drive this car. Very nice indeed. I knew the opposition was in trouble in this car, Joe, when I was bump drafting one of them before the race even started on a rolling start. I knew they were in trouble then. On the first lap, I've opened a lead of 15 seconds. That's amazing. That's extraordinary dominance. Yes, we did indeed. We won the Volvo 240 estate. The Swedish tank. But yeah, Queen's right in terms of the interesting pitch for a future stream. I might have mentioned this earlier, I can't remember if I did. But basically, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new memory card specifically for it on my emulator. And I'm going to download a mod which randomizes the prize cars in this game. And that'll be a chaos stream where we are literally ridiculously weird on our cars. We could do the 24 Hours of Le Mans and win a Citroen 2CV. We could do the Sunday Cup and win the BMW M3 GTR Le Mans GTR or something like that. Anything could happen. It would be absolutely random. So that's a stream that I'm planning to do at some point. It'll be a different stream. It'll be part of the series, but called it'll be called Random Run or something like that. We'll do it as a different one. But for now, we win. The Lotus Europa absolutely destroyed the Lotus Elan, which is not a surprise to anybody. But my Lotus Europa caned everyone. They were not even close. The money goes burr. I've literally thrown money at this car, and I'm taking all the reward. On to the next race in the championship. We've done Hong Kong. What's next? Oh, Laguna Seca. Excellent. Here we go. This will be fun. See, look at this. I'm already almost bump drafting that Lotus Elan. Oh wow, seriously? Someone won one of the Group C Le Mans cars at the B licence. Oh wow. Yeah, that's definitely going to be a stream then. We can have some serious fun with that, people. In terms of how that's going to work. That will be a chaos stream. We will have some fun with that. Just to see what kind of craziness we end up doing. Yeah, I'll definitely go for that again. I've seen that kind of thing before. I had a video recommended to me the other day by someone with only like 26 subscribers on YouTube, saying they found a skipping V3, and it was a clip from Death Road of Despair, the minigame that you do at the first chapter. And for some strange reason, they were in control of one character, and the character fell through a pit and went down. Okay, no big deal. But the next character they controlled had moved forward like through half of the level, and it was just, wait, what? If they did every race in B-Spec mode, that could be interesting depending on the cars we got, Queen. Because the B-Spec mode literally is like an AI and you can give it inputs. Kind of like in Persona 3 FES when you could tell the characters to only use heal support spells or go all out or move. Or tell Mitsuru to use anything but Marin Karin and for it to ignore you. It's the same kind of thing. I'd have to find a clip for you. When I get off stream, Queen, I'll send you the YouTube link so you can see it. You'll be able to, you might even understand how it works. I'll show you. And then say, I beat it once. My video of that is still getting random views every single day for the ending. It is a very, very hard... If you want to see a good idea on how it works, Just One Gamer on YouTube actually has a guide for it, if you really want to do it. As for the back, it's because of the engine, Avian. The engine was quite high, and Colin Chapman, who designed Lotus, was big on aerodynamics. So it'd have been about aerodynamics and the weight distribution of the car. In terms of blocking the view, you're probably right, but a lot of vehicles nowadays have restricted views directly behind them. Practically every van has no windows, so the rear view mirror is completely useless. The door mirrors are fine, the wing mirrors are okay, but the rear view, pointless. Oh, we're going to dominate this. I will say, Queen, beating Death Road of Despair in V3, the reward is not worth it. That's all I will say. The reward is not worth the effort. Yeah, Avian, the guide is Geek Good. That's the guide. Ah, El Capitan. Excellent. This will be fun. Haha. Horsepower go boo. There's no achievement on the PS4 version, Queen. There's an achievement for it on Steam. That's cool for Steam, but it's not on the PS4 version. There is no achievement. No achievement, no trophy. My video proves it. I've only beaten that mode once and nothing popped. Oh, it's getting very tail happy on this circuit. It obviously doesn't like bumps, this car. Which, to be fair, for a Lotus sounds about right. Right, this is a very lightweight car, so I'm going to have to slow down here. Otherwise, I literally would take off. No, so you have the achievement? Or you have the game on Steam? Because if you have the game on Steam and there's an achievement on Steam, then awesome. But on the PS4 version, there's no trophy for beating Death Road of Despair. There is no reward for it. Apart from one minor background that you can get and 100 mono coins, which, trust me, there are far easier ways to get mono coins than that. Far, far easier. This is a very, very fast car. I'm like, this car's very nice to drive. Yeah, we're topping out. We need longer gear ratios. We've reached max speed. I don't think the Switch version has any trophies or achievements, does it? The Switch games don't have that. For some strange reason, Nintendo haven't included those, and I don't know why. It's one of the reasons a lot of people play games. It's the achievement hunt and score hunt. Never been one for that myself, even though I've got quite a few platinums. But I know that a lot of people play games just to build a better gamer score because they're competitive that way. I think one of the grindiest platinums I ever did was Persona 5 Strikers. The amount of times that I fought at Disaster Shadows on merciless difficulty as a way to farm friendship points was ridiculous. Ah yes, the letter. Yeah, the letter's fine for achievements. It definitely doesn't have so many it's really difficult to get them. It's definitely not a grind getting all the achievements in the letter, is it, Queen? Oh, no, 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 no. That's another Let's Play you should check out on Queen's channel, by the way, though, people. Yes, this version of the Lotus Europa Special does go bleh. Absolutely obliterates it. It's a shame that this car wouldn't have been eligible for the 1,000 miles. It's so easy to drive, it'd be perfect in that tournament. But it's not from it's from 1971, so it's a year too late. Hardest games to platinum, Joe. I know that Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2 remake has only about 0.1% of platinum because the grind for part of it's really tough. There's loads of games that have got less than 1% platinum completion because they're so hard. I think like the Soulsborne games, they're not easy to platinum apparently. They're very tough. And then there's others like where the games require you to do stuff which is just ridiculous. Like I think one of the FIFA games from. So I think it was like FIFA 2009 or something stupid like that. Required you to rack up about like 10,000 hours of match time in order to be able to get the final trophy. The hardest game I platinum though, Joe, was Resident Evil Code Veronica X. And the reason that that's so hard is that basically one of the things you have to do in the game to get the trophies for the platinum is to win the characters' battle game scenarios. So you play as the characters in like a mini game where it's like you're against the clock and you have to kill everything on every screen, but you have infinite ammo. So you literally just go postal. The idea is to go berserk and kill everything as fast as possible. However, there's a problem. The European version of the game runs at 50 Hz, but the clock runs at 60 Hz. For Claire Redfield's default scenario and Chris's default scenario, the times are almost impossible to get the A ranks for because you move 16% slower than the time is actually moving. I managed it via a fluky run as Claire, and it is, I think only 2.4% of players have got the platinum, and that's the reason why. It is really hard. And yet the letters minigames are QTE hell. They are so annoying from what I've seen. I've not played the game, but I've been watching your playthrough, Queen, and seeing some of the QTEs, I'm like, ugh, they sound annoying as fuck. Though the worst QTE of all time is in the original Resident Evil 4. Anyone who's played the vanilla version of Resident Evil 4 from the PS2 GameCube era will tell you how shit the QTE in that game is. There's one series of QTEs which is a knife fight, and it's all QTE, and if you miss a QTE, you die. So we are now won 4 races. I think there's one more race to go. Oh god, I've seen the clips of that Queen. Yeah, where if you don't hit the QT at the right time, you get like trapped beneath a dead dinosaur, and the other one eats you, and stupid things like that. I've heard about it. Because again, when you play a Tomb Raider game, what do you want more than anything? Do you really want QTE? No. And I want to say massive shout out to Capcom, because at least in Resident Evil 4 Remake, they removed the QTE. They got rid of it. The only time you have it is for like blocking attacks in battle, or very rare one-button ones that won't result in an instant death. And we're back at Grand Valley for the final time. We're doing... Oh no, we're not. We're at Apricot Hill. It looked like Grand Valley for a second. I'm such an idiot. Got a lightning start versus the Alans. Thing is, like, QTE was the big thing after Yu Suzuki introduced it in Shenmue on the Sega Dreamcast, and everyone started copying it. And it was just like, no one asked for it. Joe, you've only platinumed really easy games. I've platinumed a mixture. I've platinumed some that were relatively easy and others that are damn hard. Say Resident Evil 2 Remake was quite a tough platinum, because you had to beat Hunk's scenario, and his scenario is very, very hard. It is a really difficult scenario. Which to be fair is accurate, because in the PlayStation 1 original the Hunk scenario was a nightmare. So it's pretty accurate, to be honest. I mean, QT wasn't bad in Detroit Become Human, to be fair. Detroit Become Human used it in an interesting way. And at least in Final Fantasy 16, it's very, very minimal use when it does crop up. Unless you're playing the extra mode, where there's a very important cue removed that makes it awkward. It's not that bad. Yes, the Lotus Europa, beautifully balanced actually. I really like the way it feels. For a classic car from the 70s, it's handling beautifully well. And despite its low horsepower count, it's doing pretty good. Oh, we're going to go off track here, I think. Oh no, I've just been able to rescue it. I went too wide. Yeah, that's nowhere near the racing line. The racing line was rubbish then that I took. Hey, if the game glitches and gives you an achievement, that's fine. Glitching's okay if it works out in your favour. Speedrunners love glitches. Some of the speedruns I've seen of people abusing glitches is hilarious. The only problem is half the time it kind of skips the content from the game. It's really annoying. Red Dead Redemption is actually impossible to platinum, as far as I understand, Joe, because there was an achievement where you had to win 3 consecutive online matches, and I'm pretty certain the servers were shut down, so I don't think it's even possible to get the platinum trophy. Red Dead Redemption 2, I've no idea because I've not played it. I can't comment on it, but I know that the original Red Dead Redemption, you can't platinum anymore. Because it's one of many games that had online achievements. Racing games were notorious for it. Competing so many races online, but if the servers are shut down, how do you do that? Anyway, the championship has been won. What is our prize? Probably a Lotus Elan. I was right. We won the other car. It's a nice car. It's a very pretty looking car, to be fair. Very pretty. An old school cruiser that you take on the likes of the California Highway or the Costa de Amalfi. Beautiful car. You platinumed F1 2018. You say because the servers are down, you can't do it anymore. It's a massive shame. It really is. Right, so what we're going to do now is I'm going to very quickly pop over to the Japanese area because I'm pretty certain there are some races left. Yeah, so we've got the 80s Festival, the 90s Festival, and the Compact Cup. So, I want to go into the used car showroom. Is this the 80s one? Or right, so this is the 90s one. There's a 90s NSX there. That'll be a great car to use. A Toyota Supra. A Suzuki Cappuccino. I'm actually going to buy this, but I'm not going to use it. I'm not going to use it, but I'm going to buy it. Now you might think, why? Because that might be okay for that lightweight cup. That might be the kind of car I need. The Suzuki Cappuccino. And it's cheap, to be fair, as well. A couple of Toyota Celicas. Honda Civic SR2 from 91. Classic Skyline from 91. RX-7 Silvia Q's. 70s RX-7. A 93 NSX, that could be very good. Ooh. Old school Skyline from 93, that could be even better though. Having said that, I'm actually tempted to get one of the Civics because I'm pretty sure there's a Civic tournament I've not been able to do. And what was that one that was up here? There was a decent looking one. That's got 167 horsepower, whereas the one down here has 167 but it's cheaper. Fine, let's get the Civic. I'm going to buy that. I'm going to buy a 90s Civic. Milano Red. So we're taking it in an Italian colour, people. So, now that we've bought that, let's go and do the car up a bit. Because I'm pretty certain there's also one mate one. See, there we are. There's a Honda Civic one. I have an idea what car we'll get for winning that one. I have an idea what it's going to be. But we're going to do the 90s Festival first. Shingo Shogi. Oh, you made a good point there, Queen, actually, but I've not changed the horsepower yet, so that's a good shout. I'll do that in a moment. As for why did the angels sing, maybe buying cars is the law route in this game. Maybe they're secretly SMT fans, I don't know. Maybe that's where it's coming from. Oh, look at how dirty that oil is. Let's change that. That is skanky oil. Let's change that. Shingo in Initial D, of course, that makes sense. Whenever I think of Initial D, I always think of the Toyota Super Sprinter Terreno AE86. Right, the question is it going to be a turbocharged one? It is. Whip my turbo. We are getting a turbo. We are turbocharging this car. Yep, good to see a fellow believer there. So I do love some of the music from Initial D. You had the likes of The Top. You had the likes of Night of Fire. Absolutely amazing. So they were good cars. The Civics are good cars, actually. My mum had one from 2004. It was green, my mum's. Really good cars, Honda Civics. I bought my own car, Avian. This is my car. I'm not taking anybody's parents' car. Trust me, they won't want to add me to their insurance. I can assure you of that. What's with this weird stylophone music in the background? Yeah, we'll get a racing flywheel. Oh, Running in the 90s. That's the song I was thinking of. I thought there's one more song I'm missing. Yes, Running in the 90s. There's actually a video, Joe, online on YouTube you can find where someone took Kamui Kobayashi's world record lap in qualifying at Le Mans and put music for The Top from Initial D over the top of it. And it fits so well. It's amazingly done. Yeah, we've got sports mediums. They should hold up for now. Right, I think we're going to be okay with what we've got. So we're going to go and do the 90s festival first, and then we will do the one-make Civic tournament. And who knows, I might then do the 2CV one, just to annoy you all. Yep, Japan cars from 1990 to 1999. We've gone slap bang in the middle. We should be in a good position here. If you just run a search for Kamui Kobayashi Eurobeat, it turns up. Oh, we've got a tyre to MR2, that's interesting. Right, fingers crossed that the power we've got in this car will give us a chance. Although I am concerned the gear ratios are too short. Once again, great for accelerating up to cars, but not so good for staying in front of them. Guess oh, that is a lot of understeer. Oh, that is a lot of understeer there. Yep, you found it. Awesome. Wow, that MR2 is shifting. That MR2 is pulling away. The corner that would not end then, it just would not end. We've still got 2 laps to catch up to the MR2, so I'm not panicking just yet. But I will be very annoyed if a car like this is not keeping up with the MR2. I mean, the MR2 was a good car before. I used it all the time in Metropolis Street Racer. And I do love that design of the MR2. In the 80s it was literally a box made with rules and was horribly unappealing. And then suddenly out of nowhere they turned it into a proper race car design. Excellent, we're in the draft. That's exactly what I wanted. Oh, why did you brake there? Seriously, why? It does look excellent in purple, I agree, Joe. It looks a fantastic colour, doesn't it? See, purple's a nice colour, but I prefer yellow myself. Oh, yeah. Boom, boom. Yep, so this is where the extra speed that I appear to have on a straight is going to be key, but I've got to make sure I do not screw it up in the braking zone. Green's quite nice, lads. I don't mind green. Green's quite cool. Oh, ow. Damn, Queen, that's one way to destroy, to corrupt a wish. Ouch. I can go one further, actually. Tinky Winky from the Teletubbies. You're very welcome for that one, Avian. Very welcome indeed. It's interesting how there's a sheer vast array of colour choices. It's always nice, that. It's weird because as much as I like yellow, I don't have many yellow clothes. Trust me, Avian, you don't want to. Just don't. Don't subject yourself to it, is my advice. Leave it alone. Trust me on this. We are going to win, but the MR2 pulled up a bloody good challenge, actually. I'm quite impressed by how good that car was. Yeah, that's not a surprise. The kid who played the son and now has a baby of their own, that's not a surprise at all. I wonder if they allow their kids to watch the Teletubbies. That's the question. Hey, mummy's on TV, kind of thing. Yeah. Say, a lot of 90s kids show TV shows were creepy. There's nothing creepier though than Mr. Blobby. There is nothing creepier than Mr. Blobby. And I will die on that hill. Mr. Blobby is the creepiest kids thing ever. Yeah, I knew the gear ratios were too short. Those gear ratios were way too short. For some reason, they like to give you really short gear ratios, and the problem with that is you run out of revs very, very early. Ooh, we got a CRX Del Sol in this race. And we got a 240 SX, very nice car. However, we've not got a grid start at Grand Valley. That's unusual. Grand Valley's normally a grid start. I'm surprised by that. I'm very surprised. With them being up to speed, it's not easy to overtake on pure power here. And that 240 SX will be a bloody good car. I used to use it all the time in the original Gran Turismo. More technically, I used the Sil 80, which was the Silvia at the front and the 240 SX at the 180 SX at the back. Cut and shut job. Good car though, did a good job. Really good. Oh, what the... What did you brake there for, you pillock? Take your family hatchback and get out of my way, says the guy driving a family hatchback. But shut up. I'm not sure how you could go away from yellow, but that's cool, Queen. That's a black. Well, black's always been a very cool colour. Oh, that Mazda 323 got in the wrong place there. Meanwhile, good evening, Mr. Jack. What did you miss today? You just missed me messing about in old school races, as we are on our way to try and win the 90s Japanese Cup. That's the plan anyway. Whether we're going to do it or not, it's another matter. Yeah, I can definitely feel that there's more power in the car now. I'm able to throw the car a bit more into corners. Oh, we've been outvoted. Boo. Yeah, going off course is not a good way. Watching a bit of TV, that's pretty awesome, Mr. Jack, taking it nice and easy. In terms of pace, we are currently in the lead by approximately 7 seconds. That's not bad. Considering we didn't get past them to the end of the first lap, that's quite impressive actually. As we are making smoke. Doing what we can to get away from the opposition. It's like me, Avian. I like yellow best, but I've only got a couple of shirts that are yellow. I don't have many. Let's get deep on the brakes. We're definitely cooking with gas here in terms of pace. We are long clear of the field now. The question is, are we faster than the Master in second place? And the answer is, yes we are, because he's already lost 3, 4, 5 seconds to us. In fact, it's not even in first place, the Master. It's that Toyota Starlet. The car I barged out of the way. As we get deep into the draft and run as fast as we can. Going wide, and oh dear, that's not worked. That was far too wide, far too aggressive. But we got away. No, we took that one flat at least, that was good. So we're coming home to win. We're going to take it with ease. We are drifting sideways because we can. The advantage of having clothes most of the same shade, Queen, is it makes it easier for doing the laundry, doesn't it? You don't have to sort your colours out to make sure they don't run to each other. It's an advantage. A useful advantage as well. We are motoring along. We've won this next race and we've got another 3 to go. We're going back to Twin Wing Motegi because of course we are. We've also got the 80s Cup to win at some point. So we're going to have to find an 80s car, which is going to be interesting. But after this, I'm going to troll you all. because we're going to race in the One Make Championship to end all One Make Championships. Oh yeah. We're going to break performance in the next series once this one's done, people. We're going to break all boundaries when it comes to performance. Got another MR2 in this race, so fingers crossed the extra power that I've got from my gear ratios will allow me to get in front and stay in front. That's the idea. What we can get in, that's no matter. Late on the brakes, downhill. That's how you overtake people. With a nice little nudge on the way through. A little bit of a love tap, as we call it in motorsport. Although I don't like that name when you think about it. It sounds like something else, and I don't like the connotation of that phrase. It's become like a colloquialism, and thinking about it, it's not a good one. Incredibly late on the brakes then. Unfortunately, the Nissan Silvia was much quicker on the gas, so it swung back around far too quickly. Sorry, Mitsubishi driver, but I am coming through whether you like it or not. And then I'm going off the circuit because I've got so much power in the car, it nearly gave me oversteer in a front-wheel drive car. Not quite sure how I managed to do that, but hey-ho, we managed to keep it under control, just about. And we are in front, we're doing well. Three-second gap, not bad. Let's see if we can build on that and get more. Yep, this is good. Okay, it's important to try and maximise your steering angle through the corners and try not to slide too much. That way you don't burn your tyres out and you don't scrub speed off your car either. With a front wheel drive it's very tricky because they're not cars you can really lean on, what's known as lean on the tyre, where you can put a lot of power through the middle of the corner and let the outside at the edge of the tyre wall carry you through the bend. You can't really do that in a front wheel drive car because you've got to turn and drive at the same time. So it's much trickier than in a rear wheel drive or a front wheel drive car. So most front wheel drive cars do have better ability to survive on the main highways because you're not as likely to spin out in them. So they are a bit easier to drive technically, but they're harder to maximise performance from. I like jeans. I like jeans. They're robust. They're easy to clean. Although I said that they take forever to dry, but they're very hard. They're hard wearing. Easy if you have like a fall or something. You're not likely to hurt yourself in them. They're actually really useful. Though I do like a nice pair of combat pants as well, mainly for the pockets. That's the main reason I like combat pants. The one thing I can't stand wearing is a petticoat. They are irritating as fuck to sit down in. Anytime I do any of the characters like Chica Takami or someone like that, I hate sitting down. Having a plasticky tutu brush against your thigh is not fun. I can tell you that for free. Might make your dress look cute with it all flared out, but trying to sit down is a fucking nightmare. That weird clothing style is pretty good, Joe. Not wrong with that. A bit of individuality. Stand out from the crowd. That's cool. Nothing wrong with that at all. And a nice, relatively clean victory there for us, which was great. Long-standing grudge. I like that way of putting it, Avian. That's a good one. I like that. So we've got another 2 races to go, and then we're going to do the most ridiculous championship of all time. We're going to have some real fun with what I've got lined up, people. Where Kazunori Yamauchi is going to be asked the question multiple times, what in the name of all that's fucking holy was he thinking? Now, wrong with that. I say, metal merch, I wore that many times back in the mid-2000s. I was a skate punk and a metalhead. I was walking around wearing military camo with a bullet belt and a Slayer t-shirt. Hair down to my arse. People asking me when I'm going to grow up and me saying, piss off and mind your own business, you stupid bitch. I had all that kind of crap. It was like I had a late teen phase. Once I was at a point where I didn't have to justify myself to anybody else, I was like, yeah, bollocks to it. I'm going to wear this and you're not going to fucking stop me. What are you going to do? Ooh, I felt the understeer and the car edging closer and closer to the barricade then. I'm the King Civic driver here. Move aside. Take your boring beige, pearl white Civic and get out of my sight. I have more style than you and I am faster than you. Go away. I haven't seen Iron Maiden a couple of times live, Joe. I've seen Iron Maiden live far too many times to count, but in terms of other bands that I like, I mean, obviously, one of my bands that I like at the moment, if I can get it on camera, this t-shirt here, Bad Religion. See? That's one of the bands I like. Also like quite a lot of the old school punk bands, like the Ramones, Sex Pistols. I also like a lot of skate punk bands like Offspring, Bad Religion I mentioned already, NoFX, Pennywise, Less Than Jake. In terms of the like heavy metal bands that I like, Maiden's an obvious one, Metallica, the old school stuff, old school Megadeth, Slayer were great back in the day, Anthrax, Testament, Exodus, good God, who else can I mention? Creator, Sepultura, who else can I go by? There's that many bands I could mention. Mastodon, Hatebreed, Pantera, they were amazing back in the day. I do not count Red Brown and Phil Anselmo touring together as Pantera. It's not Pantera without the Paul brothers. I don't believe that for a second. Black Sabbath, Judas Priest, Heathen, Amorphis. I could go on forever. Most I wasn't a fan of actually, but I did find the occasional song by them quite bearable. They were kind of band where if a song came on by them in a rock club, I'd love it. but I wouldn't go out of my way to listen to an album or see them live, if you know what I mean. It's like that with Kiss. I saw them live in Belgium in 2008, and after 4 songs I left because they were absolutely awful. They were so bad. That was also the year that I saw Iced Earth with Mark Barlow on vocals. One of my all-time wishes was to see that lineup live, and I saw it. But they're the band that also have the weird situation of their main mastermind, John Schaffer, being a patriotic guy about American history, who's now being investigated for the attack on Capitol Hill, i.e. storming the White House. So, practically terrorism. It's one of the weirdest paradigm shifts I've ever seen. And one of the biggest falls from grace I've ever seen as well. So, music and politics, people, try to keep them separate where you can. If you are going to make it about politics, make it something you're going to stick to, and make sure you know what you're talking about. That's why I like bands like Bad Religion. They actually do the research. Other people just go political to sell records. Agreed, Queen. Yeah, big time. Oops. It's like, what do you gain from it? To this day, I still don't understand what these people were doing. The channel Legal Eagle did a video about it, saying what kind of charges could people face, and he was there saying, no, I mean, this could be insurrection, but it's not that. It's never this, because for someone to do that, they'd have to say it was a revolution. And then it cut to this newsreel where this woman's like, we're storming the Capitol, it's a revolution! And his response is, oh, come on! The sheer disbelief that anyone would be dumb enough to say that on live TV. Coming soon to an episode of America's Dumbest Criminals Near You, people, that one. Oh, it's true, Queen. Yeah, it's like that's what apparently they believed. Like, you know, if you believe that, then you believe that aliens killed JFK. You know, it's like it's just the most ridiculous thing in the world. And before the Men in Black start to storm my house, I'm in the UK, so I can say what the fuck I like. So take that, Men in Black. Piss off. You're not welcome here. Well, if you two want to crash into each other, that's fine. I'll just drive clean around you. No skin off my nose. Now, we're in the 90s layout, so it's the one with the extra chicane. I'm curious what car we're going to get for this. We're probably going to get something like a front-wheel drive Celica or something like that. Well, we might get one of the rally cars, maybe. I don't know. Oh, well, you're winding a clock back with that one, Avian, but you're not wrong, actually. The American Idiot was done under the years of George W. Bush, of course. Yes, George W. Bush, one of the most eloquent people in the world, once said, the problem with the French is they don't have a word for entrepreneur. A former world leader was that unintelligent, people. And yet somehow Trump managed to be worse. The law of probability would have that at like 10 billion to 1, but here we are. This is the world we live in. I'm sure you appreciate that comment of George W. Bush's more than anyone, Joe. Queen, I saw a similar one to that. Someone said, what did 1820 and 1920 have that 2020 hasn't? And someone's response was plagues. A tweet from 2019 said that. Yeah, that didn't age well either. That's pretty accurate, to be fair, Queen. Yep, that's a good joke. I like that one. I can't deliver it live on stream, but I understand exactly where that joke's going. It's a good one. Bill Bailey once did a joke about George W. Bush. We had a map of the world, and he had, like, a teacher's stick, that points a map. And he's like, okay, George, Iran. And his response was, evil? Correct. You get a cookie. Some things I don't want to mention on stream, and that's one of them, Queen. I don't want to have my stream fact-checked for something that's absolutely nothing to do with the stream. So I've been seeing a lot of interesting documentaries about that event, and to say anyone who believes it was an inside job is somewhat tenuous in terms of their credibility. It's probably the best way I can describe it. By being as polite as possible. It's like people like Alex Jones are not welcome on my stream, I'll say that much. So if you are watching this anywhere, Alex Jones, how's the bills going? How are you paying them? Too soon? I don't know, you don't go that far. I'm being a typical arrogant streamer, Queen. I don't know why I'm being arrogant, I'm not very good. Then again, it's debatable whether the ones who are arrogant are good, I suppose. having seen some of the streamers who are arrogant, maybe that's a whole other kettle of fish to get involved in. Let's not do that. I don't want to be accused of being a detractor. Yeah, Queen, I'd rather not. I've got better taste. I've got much better taste than that guy. So I think that's the end of this championship. And no worries, Alistair Jack. Absolutely, you getting some nice rest, mate. And good to hear from you again. Take care and see you soon, man. No worries. Thanks for checking out the stream. So what's our prize car going to be? Is it going to be a Skyline? It is a... Oh, it's the Nismo 400R. This car, in the original Gran Turismo, you had to get all gold in the A license, in the international A license, and it was really hard. It's been relegated to a regular prize car in this game. I used this car all the time in the original Gran Turismo. Once I unlocked it, I could not get enough of it. It's one of my favourites. Now, let's see what our completion rate is. We are currently at 65%. Yeah. So, it's time to have some fun, people. We're taking on a brand new tournament. And yes, it's in my favourite colour, so of course I love it. We are going to take on a one-make series. A legendary one-make series. We are going to race the one-make 2CV. Oh yeah! That's right, people. We're doing the slowest one-make series of all time. We're going to do it. Let's up the horsepower in the Citroen 2CV by probably 0 horsepower. It's probably going to make no difference whatsoever. But I'm going to do it because I can. Yes, check out this mechanic's like, why have you brought this shit box to my garage? What are you doing here? Get out. Unfortunately, you can't paint the cars, Queen. Well, there's no think you can. Is there a paint shop function? No, there's no paint shop function. So let's see. It had 16 horsepower. What's it got now? It still has 16 horsepower. Because of, how else are we going to get any more power out of this car? Can we do anything to upgrade it? That's the question. Because I'm 99% certain. See, there it is. The 2CV. It's there. It says, oh my god. You've got to be kidding me. No restrictions. We can put racing tyres on it. Okay. We're doing it. Any advantage is an advantage. I'm going to put racing tyres on a Citroen 2CV. This is going to be like an F1 race car going around this circuit, people. Oh yeah. We're going to leave Red Bull Formula 1 race cars driven by Max Verstappen in our dust. They're not going to have a hope. Do I need racing brakes on a 17 horsepower car? Of course I do. Of course, I'm going to make the most stupid, pointless modified car of all time. This is like modifying your dad's Rover Metro in the 1980s. That's maybe a little... Okay, let's see. It has 17 horsepower. What does a stage 3 naturally aspirated engine do? It puts it to 44. Oh yeah. Can we give it the world's longest turbo lag? We can. And it has it to 53 horsepower. We're going to reinvent turbo lag today, people. That's what we're going to do. We're going to have the laggiest turbo of all time. God, if you could put the Escudo engine in, that could be amazing. Give it like 1,000 horsepower. The car would literally shake to bits. You'd literally turn while idling, the car would shatter. The chassis wouldn't be able to take it. The chassis wouldn't be able to take 100 horsepower, let alone 1,000. It'd be like asking me to enter. The racing chip takes the power down. Well, that's a D grade. Why would I spend money to detune my car? Why would I do that? So here we go, people. It's the fastest race series of all time. Oh yeah. And it's a championship. We're doing this. Here we go. In the very soul of France, apparently. We've got one lap of Opera Paris. How long will it take, people? Get your answers in the chat. I want to know. How long do you think it's going to take us to do a lap in the 2CV? Apparently it's doing 50 miles an hour. In 4th gear. Oh, check it out! My AI driver's not waiting around. Oh yeah. You all thought I was turning up with a standard car, didn't you? Not a chance. Right, Queens reckons 5 minutes and Joe thinks much faster, 2 minutes 30. Let's see. Any other guesses in the chat? Get them in there. And you've got to do it in the next... I'll give you 30 seconds. So if by the time I reach a minute on my counter you've not guessed, that's the end of it. And oh wow, I'm topping out. we're going 50 miles an hour. That's our top speed. I can't go any faster. Just to prove it, people. There's the proof. There is the proof. I can't go any quicker. This is the most ridiculous race you can get. We're really testing our levels of grip here, people. It's something like that, yeah, you're not wrong. Another 50 mph is 80 kilometers an hour. And it's like every five, it's about 88. It's about 88 kilometers an hour top speed. Well, we're leaving the other two CVs for dust, but it looks like, Joe, you might be the closest guesser with 2 minutes 30, but it's going to be even faster than you think it's going to be. The extra horsepower goes burr, has to be said. Oh, goes burr. Two minutes 10. Yeah, say MPH is what we use over here, Joe, so I can understand your confusion. The extra horsepower and the racing tyres meant that they were absolutely no chance against us. I love how it's called the 2 horsepower when the car comes as 16 horsepower as standard. Doesn't make any sense to me, that. So we've now got a lap of the Côte d'Azur. Oh, God. This should be a 3-minute lap. Purely because of the hill up Beau Rivage. It'll take forever. We're locked at 37 mph. So come on then, people. You've got 30 seconds. Get your times in. How long do you think it's going to be? You got 20 seconds, people. So 2:25 is what Joe has gone for. You got 15 seconds to guess. 2:15 from Queen, so they're going much tighter. I'll afford 10 more seconds for anybody else who wants to take part. After that, the guesses will be locked. 3, 2, 1, and that's it. You're timed out. So here we go. How fast is it going to be? Yes, splitting the difference at 2:20 with my way of spiting the pair of you. Just show you how classic the car is. Check it out from the perspective of the car behind. Oh yes. We're on a very quaint Sunday drive. Look at the body rolls. We're going into the corners, people. Look at the body roll. The fans are blowing their air horns. We don't know why. There's nothing to celebrate here, I can assure you of that. The time is ticking down. I think it's going to be longer than what you've both said. But there's still time yet. I reckon this is more like a 2-minute 35. Or maybe, I don't know, actually. This could be close. Oh, we've been timed out. I was 0.8 of a second out. But I did it by... my guess doesn't count because I was one driving the car. So my guess doesn't count. So what's the next race going to be? That's the question. What's our next race? We've done Opera Paris. Please don't be the Circuit de la Sarthe. Autumn Ring Mini. Less than a mile long. Okay, people. Give you a few more seconds to think this one through. I think this one might be a little quicker than the others. I think it'll be quite a bit faster. But I don't know how much that's going to be. So you've got your same 30-second barometer, which starts from the moment the timer is clicking on screen. So your 30 seconds begins right about now. There we go. Okay. When the timer hits 30, your guesses are locked, people. This is your chance to do some recon and decide how long you think it's going to be. 2 minutes is the guess from Queen. You got 13 seconds left to decide, people. Whereas Joe's guessing 1 minute. So this will be an interesting one. We've got a big gulf in time. You're too late, Queen. You missed the window by 13 seconds. I told you if 30 seconds was the time your guess would be locked by. Well, I'll tell you what, Joe, you're not going to be far out. It was actually, unbelievably, 55 seconds for a lap. So it's a 55-second lap. I'm only counting the first lap. I'm not counting both races together because I think that would be. I didn't make that clear, so it wouldn't be fair. It's not the race time. It was the lap. But if you want to do it for the lap one, then we'll keep going. We'll see what the total time is. Sorry, Joe, you just bound yourself by your own hands. So the question is, how close is it going to be? Well, out of curiosity, you got the lap one. Who's going to get the race one? Let's find out. How close to 2 minutes is it going to be? How much faster? Is it going to be faster? That's the question. Total race time. I like the idea of that one, actually. To be fair, that would have been a good guess, actually, 1 minute 30. It's coming at 1:47. So that's actually really good, that one. But the winner would still be the Queen's original guess at 2 minutes. So actually, you won both times. Well done. So keeping the same format then, the race time. If it's a multi-lap race, but I don't think it will be the next one. I get the feeling it's going to be another one-lap affair. I just pray it's not the Circuit de la Sarthe. That could take a while. So the next race takes us to the Deep Forest. Ooh. It's a one-lap race, 2.22 miles. Okay, people, you got 30 seconds from when the clock ends. So when the clock hits 30 seconds, your guesses are locked. 30 seconds is your clock time. So here we go. We're at Deep Forest and we are in Germany for this race because this is where, well, I think it's in Switzerland actually officially on the most recent game. It's set in Switzerland, but everyone thought it was Germany. So say you've got 22 seconds to put your guesses in, people. Oh god, this is torturously slow. 2 minutes to guess from Queen. Good start. And 1 minute 30 from Exitale. Very ambitious, I like it. Less than 10 seconds to lock him in. Oh, 1:45. Okay, an amended guess. Caught yourself with 3, 2, 1, and oh, 2:15. Right on the bubble there. Good timing there, Joe's. Okay, so who's going to be closest? Let's find out. How slow is this car going to be? That's the question. No, we might as well go to the external view because we're not in any danger of needing to really brake up too much here, are we, people? It's on a nice little country road. Oh, we're going downhill. We might gain some speed here. No, gravity's not helping us this time. We are on our own. We've still got the infield section to clear. And I am doing everything I can to avoid scrubbing speed off here to be as 100% legit as possible. So there's the 130, I'm afraid that one's out. God, this is so painfully slow. Let's straight line the corner. Save some time. So there's 2 minutes. Now we've got the final hairpin and the hill climb to go. It's going to be a 2:25. Just a 2:25.7. Very close guess there, Joe. You were closest. It's just so painfully slow. I think there's still at least one more race to go. So on a closest, but yes, somehow Deep Forest was even slower than Monaco. How? How is that possible? We had no hairpins, we had no real chicanes, but nope, it was still slower. And we had less elevation when you think about it. Right, so where are we going next? Where's our next race going to take us? It's going to take us to Tsukuba Circuit. Now, we've got 2 laps here, so bear that in mind. We've got 2 laps of Tsukuba. So I'm going to give you until 40 seconds. I'm going to give you a little longer for this one. You've got 40 seconds from when the timer hits 40. That's when your guesses are locked. And I know full well that we're going to win another 2CV, aren't we? That's going to be our prize card. It's going to be another 2CV. Just because one's evidently not enough. So 2:30 is the estimate from Queen. Not a bad start. 3 minutes from Joe. You've got 14 seconds left for anybody else who wants to take part. 4 minutes, 45 seconds. Wow, we're going for a long one here. We're going for a very, very long lap. That's a big one. That's a big guess. And the timer is now locked. Your guesses are locked. So let's see where we're going to come. It's just that forlorn hope of any power. You go, that's what the car sounds like. Look at the state of it. Just look at that. So car design I've never understood. Well, there's still time. Yeah, Queen, there's still time. So we're doing a 1:34 on our outlap. What's our second lap going to be? You based it on the test with a Mini Cooper. It's not a bad barometer, actually, to be honest. The Mini Cooper test, by the way, at this circuit is the nastiest gold in the game. That guided lap is horrendous. It is so bad. I hate that test. Because your car is on the worst tyres in the world. You have no grip at all. I don't know why the fans are blowing the air horns. There's really nothing to celebrate here, trust me. Well, the Mini's not great anyway, but the tyres definitely don't do it any favours. The tyres are so bad. Like, I think they're like N2 tyres. It's like normal 2, zero grip whatsoever. Oh, this is so painfully slow. This is horrendous. I'm like, give me more power. And we win. This is the 2CV Championship, Avian. And 3 minutes and 4 seconds. So that was a fantastic guess, actually, Joe. You were only 4 seconds out. That was a belter. That was a cracking guess. So yes, what you've missed, Avian, is the slowest championship I could possibly find. Because we've managed to actually win it. So, as for predicting the lap pace, feel free to carry on doing it. Sounds good to me. Fair enough. Yeah, the doggo needs to visit outside. Makes perfect sense. So our prize card's going to be another 2CV. Oh, what a surprise. Oh no, it's a pink one. It's not the pink Vits, people. It's the pink 2CV. We've gone as 50s as possible with that one. Welcome back to the 1950s. There is indeed more races, yes. So, what we want to do now is I'm actually going to do... I'm going to see if I can find a car from the 80s, actually. I want to see if I can find a car from the 1980s, from Japan. No, that's no good. So, is there another dealer for 80s cars? I'm sure I'm sure there's one for historic showroom. Here we are. So here's where we can find cars from the 1980s. So the question is, oh, it's the wrong colour. Mitsubishi Galant, that could be a good... In fact, that could be a cracking car, actually. The Mitsubishi Galant, that could be perfect. And there's the 1989 Skyline. Ooh. Oh, nice. The R32. And it's in silver as well. Very nice looking car. Yeah, we're getting a Skyline. We're buying a Skyline. We're getting the R32 Skyline. Quickly change the oil. I'm going to need to. The Pink Panther's car, wasn't it a kind of like weird, strange Dome Zero kind of car with like the gull-wing doors? The Pink Panther. We're going to do the 80s Japanese tournament now. So to help with that, first of all, what tyres are we allowed? We are allowed standard or sports only. So in that case, I imagine we've already got some sports mediums on there. Well, let's take a look. Oh, that's not all I wanted. I need to get a Sylvia and a March anyway. I need to do that at some point. But for now, first of all, yeah, we've got medium tyres, that's great. Right, this is a Skyline, so we want a racing exhaust. One of the great JDM originals, the Skyline. I remember when Jeremy Clarkson did an episode of his show Motor World in Japan. He called the Skyline one of the greatest cars he's ever driven, but one of the nastiest cars he's ever sat in. He said it had power and performance like nothing he'd ever driven in his life, but the car was like it was made from pure Vulgalore. The dashboard made from solid plastic, and in the end he's like, I need to get out, because it was like, while it was fast, To him, it was not a nicely designed car. And I say he's talking bollocks. The rear end of the Skyline's amazing. Those 4 spotlights. Only Ferrari do it better. Oh. What's with the music? What's with the music? Am I the only one a bit weirded out by the music here? Yes, we will have a Stage 3 turbo kit. It was almost like the music was mocking me for a second then. Unless my headphones are going weird, the music sounded really, really weird. You're saying you're only hearing the drums, Queen. Maybe it's just maybe it's my hearing. Maybe I'm being overly sensitive. Right. Let's go back to a race anyway. The Japanese 80s Car Festival. We're going back. Yes. And then the 1980s arrived. So we got 3 laps of El Capitan. How fast do you think it's going to take to finish the race, people? What's your time? What's your time? Get in the chat and tell me. We've got a standing start, and I'm going to give you another... I'll give you a minute to decide for this one. You'll have a minute before you have to commit your vote. You have a minute starting now, people. Oh, that feeling... Oh, we've got a tie. 2 people have chosen 5 minutes. You might want to add some seconds to your time guesses there, Queen and Joe. You've got 30 seconds to decide there. You've got plenty more time. Five seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1, and your guesses are locked. So 4 minute 47 is for Axetail, 5:30 is for Queen, and Joe, I'm afraid you didn't modify your guess, so you're locked on 5. Well, 5 minutes and 1,000th of a second. I'll let you have the 1,000th of a second, Joe. I'll let you have that one. You can have the 1,000th. But if I'm 2,000, oh, go on, Avian. I'll let you win with a late one, 4:53. I'll let you win. So it's your first time you've taken part. I'll let you off this one time. You just missed the cut, but I'll let you win for this one time. I think based on current performance, it's going to be more like 6 minutes, to be honest. But then again, if the tyres get better and the grip levels improve, the speed might go faster and the lap times come down. So there's yet time for this to be massively different. And by the way, I'm not going to wall ride. I'm not wall riding the first corner. Yep, I had to brake there. I could feel the grip going. This feels very, very nice to drive. The old Skylines were always fantastic. In fact, all Skylines are fantastic. Skylines are brilliant. If I came into a lot of money, my car on my driveway will be a bright yellow R34 Nissan Skyline from either 1999 or 2001. I would scour for a yellow one, and if I couldn't find one, I'd buy one and respray it. I would have a lightning yellow Skyline. That would be my car. It would cost me an arm and a leg to insure it, and I don't fucking care. The Calsonic R32 is a beautiful machine, I must admit. What were they called in that period? The GT500s or whatever they were called. The cars from that era was something else. They were amazing. The JGTC, that was it. JGTC cars. They were phenomenal machines. And the Midnight Purple R33, I could get behind that. The R33 Skyline was a beautiful car. For me, the R34 with the more sleek nose at the front and the slightly elevated rear spoiler. Absolute perfection. It also had the best chassis. You could tie yourself in knots and the car would sort it out for you. For a rear-wheel drive car, this corner's more like a four-wheel drive car. It corners so well. It has grip in spades. You're hearing it sliding at the moment, but it's just the way I'm able to like poise it into the car and get on the power. Half the time I'm not even releasing the throttle. I've got that much confidence in the car. I also don't have the issue of the low-end gears power either. It's giving me power when it wants it. It's like, what, you want to go? Okay. No pushback, no interference, just yes sir, let's go. This one's going to be quite tight, but we'll see how we go. I'm amazed this circuit's not come back. It's visually stunning, it's a great challenge, it's got loads of variety to it. Why has this track been relegated to the PS2 era? As we maximise the pace, can we beat our fastest lap? 1:55.6. Yes we can. So, the time was a 5:57. My 6-minute time was officially the closest, but the winner with a 5 minutes and 30 was Queen 3210. You win that round. Now, if I was DSP, I'd be charging you donations to read these out. But I'm not DSP, so I'd never do that. Now we're on the Clubman Stage 5, but it's a 5-lap race. Now this could be interesting. This could be very interesting indeed. We have 5 laps on this one. So I'm giving you 45 seconds from the time the race starts, and we've got a timer going, to put in your next guesses. We are on the Clubman Stage 5 in reverse. And we have a rolling start. So we will be waiting for first place to cross the line. Here we go, get ready. And across the line, there we go. So you got 45 seconds from now, people. You got till 45 seconds on the clock. You're going to go for 8 minutes, Queen. Interesting guess. Well, do we have any advance on 8? No, 7:30. Well, you still got time to change it. Remember, 45 seconds is the time that your guesses are locked. At that point, you cannot change them anymore. 5:30 from Joe, not a bad guess. Got 15 seconds left, people. $7.49 from Avian. Wow, quite a long one, but that's okay. and 8:15 from Exeter. So, Joe, you're very much on your own in the 5 minutes here. You're being far more confident on the pace. And judging by the first lap, that confidence might be very well placed, actually, because we've done a lap in 1 minute 7 seconds. Oh, but that's not going to help. So there's still time for a major mistake from me to change the time here, so this is not the be-all and end-all. This is looking good. Oh, we've done a 1 minute dead. I think what I'm going to confidently predict here, people, is that the race's maximum time is going to be between 5 and 6 minutes, I reckon. For the remaining races of this thing, I think that's the kind of time barometer they're going for. So the question is, do you take that nugget of information for your next series of guesses? That's my advice. From what I've seen thus far, the form book's telling me that. And obviously it's car dependent as well, because I don't think they expect most people to turn up in a Skyline to this event. So it might well be that I'm actually quite a lot faster than the time needed because of the car I've decided to obliterate the opposition in. But look at that, I was 3/100ths of a second different on my time then. That's insane. That's F1 levels of lap consistency to be that close to your original time. Oh, this is good. It's not the max. I mean, the last race was 5:57 to be fair, Exeter, so I reckon it's between the 5 and the 6 minutes. And yes, we've gone below 1 minute for one of our laps. We did a 59.9. So the time is definitely there. Yeah, we're 20 seconds clear of the opposition now, so I reckon the game expects 5:20, 5:30 for this lap, for this race. But we're going to smash it. As we go wide, a bit too wide, but we got away with it. Oh, that's not the best lap to finish on. Disappointing final lap. But it was a 5:08.62. So Joe, by far the closest. Very close indeed. So the Toyota MR2 did not keep up with the GTR 32 Skyline. So now the question remains, what is our final race going to be? I'm assuming it's the final one. There might be one afterwards as well. No, there's 3 more races to go. What am I talking about? Right, we have 5 laps at the Scuba circuit. 5 laps here. I'm going to give you 30 seconds to put your times forward for this one. You have 30 seconds from when the clock starts on the race to put in your locked choices. Here we go. They were roaring in our JDM Silver Skyline, and the time is going to start anytime now. There we go. It started now. You've got 30 seconds. Here we go. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, we got a 5:37 from Exeter and a 5 from Queen, but then we're timed out on the others. We are timed out. It's a 2-horse race. Oh, do I allow the 4:30 to 4:35 in the last 10 seconds of the 5? Oh, go on, I'll let you have your entries. I'll be nice. I'll be nice. I'll be nice. And no, Joe, you can't pick a range. That's fair. I am calling a range for you. You're having 4:30. That's your first number. I'm taking that as your choice. The fact you got it in late, be grateful I'm letting you have one. This could be quite interesting, actually. There's a decent range. Now, I've made the decision. I'm adjudicating this. Well, it didn't show up on my thing, so it doesn't matter. I've allowed it anyway. It's fine. Your 5:15's allowed, Avian. Don't worry about it. I've allowed it. Again, I'm looking at my screen, so I think this might be the problem, because I'm actually ahead. So that might be the issue here. In fact, yes, it will be. I'm ahead. Let's not forget. I'm ahead. So that's my fault, not yours. Apologies, peeps. That's me. I keep forgetting that I'm 30 seconds in front, so that's my fault, not yours. You did get it in time. I'm talking nonsense. Ignore me. I keep forgetting that I'm ahead. You feel like you owe John Minus the gambling and the customers. Yes, kids, don't be putting money on this, please. Please don't do that. That I am not countenancing. Please don't. So this could be quite interesting then, because obviously Amy had the 5:15, Exeter had 5:37, and Queen had 5. Yeah, we've got a decent spread here of times. It's a question as to who's going to get it in. Don't even be betting Monopoly money on my streams. You can do better things with it, like buying houses on Mayfair or something. That's a fair point. We have what money? Who's got money these days? It's like that old joke. Jesus saves. No fucker else can afford to. Oh, I've overshot the corner there. Bobby I'll set the wide line. The total time and endurance in the future stream could be quite interesting, actually. Give you like the first 5 laps, and then after that you got to decide, factoring in pit stops and everything else. That could be kind of fun. Oh, what the fuck? I've messed up the timings here with that one, people. That's totally screwed the game. I've completely screwed the game up with that one. Yeah, that was 2 seconds that I cost then. 2 seconds that I screwed up. Same mistakes can happen in racing. That's the whole point of racing. A mistake can happen. Look at Sergio Perez earlier today. Great example. Yes, I deserve to be booed for that. It was terrible driving, you're not wrong. Right. Can he keep it on the tarmac this time? Can he avoid going off like a total idiot? Yes, he can. He says confidently before the corner's even completed because he's arrogant like that. Exactly, John. We got a 5:16.2. Avian wins that one by being little over a second out. And even with that mistake, it'd have been a 5:14. So that was an amazing guess. Avian leading from the front on that one. Exeter, that sounds like the kind of thing Jos Verstappen did in the 1990s, opening the door and the car setting on fire. Apricot Hill for 3 laps. Interesting. Okay. So we got 3 laps of Apricot Hill. Same rules as before. For this one, you have 30 seconds from when the timer appears. And I'll try to make sure that I'm not calling you out as missing the cut because I'm 30 seconds ahead. So I'll be using the minutes time to check when you're putting your guesses down. We've got a standing start as well, people, so be careful. The timer will start right away. Your time starts now. You've got 30 seconds. So we've got 3 laps of Apricot Hill. So we've got 4 minutes, 45 seconds from Queen. Not a bad start. $3.50. Wow, that's a bold guess from Exeter. I like it. That's a bold guess, that one. And 4 from Joe. Okay, well, we are now officially locked in, so let's see just how much faster or slower than the predictions we are. I'm going to allow it, Joe. I'm going to allow it. Because it is just for bragging rights. We're not exactly entering a competition to win like a steering rig or a GTO Mega Racing seat or anything like that here. So this could be actually more like a 6-minute of this. This could be quite a long one. Because this car's not liking this circuit. It's drifting wide a lot. It's not as planted. Well, let's see. This could be quite tight, this, depending on how the lap goes. Bit too deep on the brakes then, that's not good. Going underneath the Dunlop wonderfully low res bridge there, very low res indeed. Definitely feel the lack of grip that's being given by these sports medium tyres. Oh, no, we're off. Now we're in the sand. That's not good. The blind corner caught me out. I love those. I love the detail of the waving flags on top of the stands. Beautiful little detail that most would never have noticed back in the PS2 era, but it's there. It's so nice to see. Well, we're on for a much faster second lap here, so this is going to make all the difference. And 1:35, so what are we going to do to finish? Here we go, let's find out. And wow, we are far ahead. 24 seconds was the time at the top then, that's crazy. That's how far we were in front after only 2.5 laps. We are inching ever closer. So the question is, what's our final lap time going to be? This time hanging out a bit wider. Oh no, hit the sand again. I got caught out by that twice, that's not good. Twice I've screwed that up. We dash for a line. We might be setting a new fastest lap here. It's going to be close, but it's there. 4:57. A mere 3 seconds different from Avian's guess. That's an excellent shot. Twice. Twice for two. 2 for 2. Only 3 seconds the difference. Very, very close indeed. Absolutely awesome. Yes, I'm probably not going to win. Proceeds to win twice. Are you Lewis Hamilton in disguise? And we got 2 laps of Suzuka. Now, is this the full circuit? That's the question. Is this the full Suzuka circuit? We've got 2 laps. Okay, you've got 40 seconds I'm giving you for this one. It'll be a grid start, so I'm going to give you 40 seconds. Yeah, secretly a racing engineer. You're not far, honestly. Bernie, who commentates for Sky F1, will be faring for a job in a moment. We've got a 4-minute guess from Queen. Interesting. Ambitious, I like it. We've got a 5-minute 15 from Joe. 4:15 from Exeter Tail. Only leaves our secret racing engineer guessing a 5:49. Very specific number. Very, very specific indeed. So here we go. We're going round Dunlop and we're getting towards Deckner 1 and Deckner 2. Very difficult corners these. Really, really tough. The first case in Trigger Happy Havoc. Wow. You got your time, and that's all that matters, actually. You made it. You made the cut. Say 5:49. That's your guess. Now that all predicted, what was the goal time? For the goal time from the Motor Pit Work Z, was something like a 2:15, I think, to get gold. I think it was 2:15, something like that. Don't quote me on it though. And we're not going to cheat, we're not going to fly through the chicanes. We're not doing that. Ooh, that's not going to help the time now. I went slightly off the road then. Oh, that's going to make things even worse. Yeah, I don't remember either, Joe, so I don't think it's going to be much of a barometer, unfortunately. Because let's not forget, that time's in a specially prepared car. This is a tuned, but not exactly tuned up version of the old Skylines, so they're not really comparable. So the projected time is going to be below 5 minutes by the looks of it, but then again, it's not yet completely the end of the lap, so wait and see. So I like the way you're trying to engineer a chaos situation there, Avian, just so you can keep your record streak alive. Flying down towards the 130R, going over the Degner corners, miles clear of the opposition. So what we've got to do now is get home safely. That's the plan. So we're currently heading on for around about a 450, I reckon. The answer was a 4:46, which means the closest time, by being 30 seconds over, is Joe. Joe wins that one. Great effort all around, people. Great guesses. Fantastic effort. So the question is, we've won the 80s tournament. What's our car going to be? What's our prize? What prize are we going to get? We've won a Mitsubishi HSR2. What the hell is that? What in the name of all that's holy is that? That's one of the weirdest cars I've ever seen. It's definitely from the 80s there. You can tell all the fins and the colours and everything else. So the only one we've got now is the Japanese Compact Cup, which is cars that are 4,000 millimeters or less that are Japanese. Is this where? Yeah, we're at 66.8%. Right, let's go for Japan. So the question is, which cars have I got that could possibly fit? That's not going to be short enough. Yeah, that's too long. You see where it says the dimensions? And it has 4,305. I basically need cars that are 4,000 or lower. There's no way that's going to be big enough. Not a chance. Yeah, no way. I knew straight away. No, No, I'm not using the Scooby 360. That's going to be rubbish. The Honda... That fits, oddly enough. That might be a possibility. It'd be a racing car. You're not allowed to use racing cars. I just realised. You have to use standard cars. Listen to this wonderful jazz music. The Honda 110S. That's going to be too long, I reckon. Yeah, it's 140 too long. I'm not using the Scooby 360, not a chance. Yeah, no way. That's not going to count. There's absolutely no way that's going to be allowed. Not a chance. Yeah, knew it straight away. Oh, I got the Dome Zero. Ah, check out that car, people. Oh my god, that counts. I can use the Dome Zero. Or can I? Out of morbid curiosity, I don't think it's going to be allowed. I get the feeling it's going to count as a concept car. I don't think it's going to be allowed. I'm going to try it, but I don't think it's going to be allowed. No, it is. It's allowed. Okay. We can use the Dome Zero, people. We're using the Dome. I found a race where I can use the Dome Zero. I can't believe it. Let's get some mods into it. First thing I want to do... That's right, people. We're driving in the blockiest hypercar of all time. Right up there with the DMC DeLorean and the Lamborghini Countach. I can't believe the Dome Zero is legal. I didn't think it would be. The question is, can I even tune this car? Can I even put anything into it? I can actually, believe it or not. And it goes from 173 to 182. Oh, not fun to find ice. No one likes ice. Yes. We're taking a 1970s Japanese car into the lightweight K tournament. This is going to be hilarious. Can we mod it? Oh god, we can give it a stage 3 engine. Take it to 316. Yeah, we're going to decimate this, people. We're going proper old school. We're going to have tons of power. We're going to have no grip. We're going to have tons of tyre wear, and we're going to have fun. Ah, fair enough. If you need to get food, that's not a problem. Don't worry about it. Well, as I say, there's quite a few races because it's going to be a championship, so it'll be pretty fine. And then yeah, we'll put the racing chip in there as well. This car you can only win once from the license tests, and I'm modifying it because, of course, I am. Yeah, rear-wheel drive in ice is actually not a good thing. It's where front-wheel drive is good, because it pulls the car up. Or, of course, four-wheel drive is what you really want. This is complete overkill, by the way. We are overkilling this race. We are going to absolutely obliterate it. Yeah, we have tyres, that's fine, not a problem. Right, so we are taking the Dome Zero into a championship. We have 5 races, I believe. So the same rules are going to apply. This is going to be the final championship we do tonight, I reckon. Because we've been on there for quite a long time, and that's awesome. So we're at Twin Ring, Motegi, East Short Course, and we have 2 laps. I'm going to give you the usual 40 seconds. After that, you are locking your guesses. And check this out, people. We're up against station wagons and everything else, and I've got a car with pop-up headlamps. Here we go. You got 40 seconds from the time starts, which goes in... now. 40 seconds, go. We've had a guess of 2 minutes already. 2 minutes 15 from Joe. Oh my god, this is hilarious. This car does not know how to brake. This car does not know how to brake. It's MR. It's a mid-engine rear-wheel drive hypercar from the 70s up against hatchbacks from the 2000s and the 90s. 3 minutes from Exeter and a 3:45 from Avian. Interesting, okay. I need to brake much earlier. Yeah, I had a feeling it was in time. Don't worry about it. Everyone was inside by quite a while from what I saw, so it's no big deal. Well, this is looking pretty rapid, actually. Yes, check out the Dome Zero, people. Look at that car. It's Dome Zero time. Oh yeah. They saw the Lamborghini Countach and went, yes, we can make that. Oh god, even at 100 meters it was two time. Jesus. Even at 100 meters my braking point wasn't good enough. Wow. The brakes in this thing just don't work. Even with racing brakes on, the car's like, yeah, I'm not stopping, mate. Yes, it's the Dome. This Dome Zero is obliterating the field. Absolutely obliterating them. It's not even fair. This is like way beyond unfair. Well, a 3 minutes was from Exeter. 3:16 was the time. That's officially the closest we got. So Exeter, you talk up a W into the column for you with the 3 minutes being the closest guess. Take that one. Yes, the Dome Zero. A car, you're meant to be racing again against hatchbacks and all these kind of things, and I'm here in a hypercar from the 70s. It's a road-going car. It's not it's a production car. It's within the limits. We're at Autumn Ring Mini for 4 laps. Bear in mind how fast we did the 2CV. You have 30 seconds from when the race timer starts. So 30 seconds. Yep, it's exit tail. Yeah, I said exit. Did I say Queen? I read the second part of the name because I'm an idiot. Right, okay. And, yep, there we go. So you got 30 seconds. Here you go. So 3:45 from Joe. Wow, you think we're going to do 30-second laps, Queen? That's amazing. Okay, that's confidence for you. A 2:21 from Avian. And a 4:15 from Exeter Tail. So, here we go. I did say the lap number, but I'll say it again on the next one. I'll make sure to read the number of laps out. As this car is proving somewhat of a rocket on these tyres, it's actually kind of fun to drive. I'm surprised. I didn't think the Dome Zero would drive as well, but it's actually a lot of fun. Yeah, well, I'll just note to myself to make sure that I am being fair. That's all. You say it's on you and that's fine, but I'm just going to make sure anyway. Oh, that's a wide line. That's not good. Could have been worse, but it's not good. Round the bend, all good, yes. They must be thinking this is the least fair race of all time. They're all there in family hatchbacks and I turn up in a hypercar. It's like kids who arranged a water pistol fight and someone turns up with the dad's fire truck. That's what's happened. Spoiler alert, that kid would have been me if I'd had the chance, trust me. Well, we set our fastest lap and the total time was 2 minutes and 54 seconds. So with that in mind, 2:54. It's a tight one, but I think it's actually Avian who wins that one. There wasn't much in it between Joe and Avian, but I think that's the one. Or was it Joe who won that one? I'm not sure, actually. I'd have to recalculate that one. I'm not sure who wins that one. I'm pretty sure it was Avian. A 2:21 to a 2:54 is only 33. It's only 33 seconds, so that's definitely the win. Yes, don't rely on me to get the sums right in a pinch, people. That's just not how it works. Oh, we've got 3 laps. 3 of Scuba. Again, you have 30 seconds from when the timer starts on screen. And remember, 3 laps. 3. And your time starts now. 30 seconds. Once we hit 30 seconds on screen, your times will be locked together. So we had a 3 minutes 10 from Exeter Tail, a 3 minutes from McQueen, a 3:05 from Joe. We're very close together here. Where's Avian going to go? That's the question. What kind of chaotic sum will we have to throw a spanner in the works here? A 3:55. Wow, we've gone long at the end. Okay. Interesting. We've got a tight pack competing. The question is, just how close are we going to be? I'm surprised we didn't have like a 3:07 in there just to really mess things up, just for the sake of it. So we were in the final lap, people, and this could be pretty tight, actually. This could be pretty tight as who's going to win this one. And there's no way I can engineer this. I can't engineer it. I can't possibly do that. So there we go, the time is in, and it is a 3:08.8. Exitail wins by 1.13 seconds out. Very, very close. An incredibly close one. The Dome Zero dominating the lightweight case. Totally out of his class. Totally not the kind of car you're expected to use here. But it's a win. We've got 2 more races to go. The first lap's always slower, Avian, because you've got to get up to speed on the first lap. We have 2 laps of deep forest. 2 laps of deep forest. You have until 30 seconds are on the race timer. As per usual. 30 seconds is when the race timer ends, and that's when you can make your guesses locked. That is your final time. Here we go. And remember, there are 2 laps. Just 2. So a 2:11, 2:15, a 3:30, so a big gulf in time here. And a 2:45, so there's a big gap. It'll be interesting to see where this falls. I honestly have no idea where this is going to come because this track is deceptive. It looks fast, but it's not. Why did you say that, Joe? Because you're thinking maybe 3 laps. I don't know, but either way, you put your hat in the ring. So now it's a question of just how long it's going to be. Because if this is a 1:30 lap, you're on course to win. Bear that in mind. Right, this could be a two-horse race between Avian and Joe, this. And you can't say I'm not attacking there, because I went through that at 93 miles an hour in a car from the 70s on sports tyres. Don't any of you dare accuse me of sandbagging. So it's a 2:45 versus a 3:30. Which time is going to be closer? That's going to be the question. Taking the same maximum attack line for fairness, because I used it on the first lap too. Oh, we've gone off the circuit. Now that's going to change things. The time's not yet decided, people. We've got to wait yet. This is not over. It is now, though. So a 2:45 from Avian versus a 3 minutes .270. If you'd gone for 3 minutes, you would have made it. But alas, because of 15 seconds being less than 30, Avian takes the W. So I like the ambitious guesses of 2 minutes 11 and 2:15. I like your confidence in my ability to get this car around this circuit, people, but I might be above average maybe, but I'm not that good. I can trust you. We've got one more race to go in this championship, and the question is, where are we going? We are going to Suzuka East Course, and we have 3 laps. 3. So pay attention to the track map. And when the 30-second counter is there, that's the last time you have the chance to cast your decision. And we have a standing start. So the clock will start the moment the countdown ends. In 3, 2, 1. 30 seconds from now. Go, go, go. So we have a 2:50 from Joe already in there. A 3 minute on the dot from Queen. And I can't take my eyes off the screen now because, unfortunately, that's going to happen if I do. So I'm going to have to trust you all to get your votes in there. There's still time. How good is this car through the high-speed corners? That's the question. .230 is a bit too ambitious. I'm going to tell you that now for free. Or is it? Yeah, more than likely. But we shall see. Oh, we're topping out. Boo. Yep, this is the problem. The car is no good on the brakes. And that could make all the difference there, so I do apologise if it does. That certainly will. Those 2 mistakes will throw a cat amongst the pigeons in terms of the times. Oh, good lord, this car is sliding all over the place. It does not like Suzuka, this circuit. This circuit does not like Suzuka. Actually, no, the circuit loves Suzuka. It's the car that doesn't like Suzuka. What am I talking about? Answer, I'm talking bollocks. Let's go back to the race. Not even Murray Walker made this many commentary mistakes. R.I.P. to the legend himself, the Muddy Talker. This is going to be interesting. Well, we're still in time. We're still on schedule. One more lap. We just have one more to go. This time I've kept it on the island, which is a good thing. We're going for the line. And we've blitzed our time with a 56 second. The final time is 2:56.5. Queen steals it by 1.5 seconds from Joe. 1.5 seconds. That was the difference maker. Stolen on the line. Joe, meanwhile, is hating me for the 2 times that I went off course, which meant I would have been much closer to his time. So what's our prize car going to be? It's a compact cup. I'm not expecting much here, but let's see. Let's see what we've got. We have won. Let's find out. A Honda Lifestyle. We've won a 70s station wagon. Interesting. I wasn't expecting much, but I wasn't expecting that. What a strange one. So what's our final completion thus far? We are now at 67.9%, and look at that car. Isn't it magnificent inside its garage right there? And yes, that is a perfect place for us to sign off for this evening. We've been on for nearly 5 hours, people. Oh, yeah. Boom, boom. Yes. And needless to say, quite a few of you might have second careers out there as race engineers with the ways you were reading lap times and the competition between all of you. So, that's where we're going to sign off for this evening, and we are going to be back on Tuesday when we'll be picking up Shin Megami Tensei 4, where I'm no doubt going to get curb stomped once more by many demons. And then on Thursday, 8 PM BST for both Tuesday and Thursday streams, but on Thursday night, we're going to try again. We're going to go back to Wonderland and hope that it doesn't crash this time. But in the meantime, thank you all very, very much for watching. And Avian, Red Bull called, they want you on the pit wall.